Hello friends, welcome to this game that can almost be considered a rematch between the Germans and the Soviets in early November 1942 in the fight for control of the Commissar's house in Stalingrad. This time we will use the RB10 scenario from the historical module Red Factories, which, in addition to its intrinsic beauty, contains some differences in relation to the map used in the previous clips with the use of geomorphic maps 1 and 20 and scenario 4 from the Beyond Valor module. One of the differences that draws the most attention are several hexes covered by debris called debris. Debris is inherent terrain. The edges of the hexes that contain it suffer the terrain modifier effect of +1 and is a half-level obstruction of vision. They are also considered concealment terrain. To enter a terrain with debris, one movement factor will be spent plus the cost to enter the terrain. In the case of open terrain, it will be 2 mf. There are some rules for vehicles, but since there are no armored vehicles in this scenario, we will leave these details for another time. The presence of debris does not prevent the use of manholes and, consequently, sievers. It is not necessary to double the modifier of the dice result by changing the arc of coverage in hexes with debris. The representation of debris can be confused with the representation of rubble. As we can see on the map, the rubble has a graphic representation with more vivid colors in relation to debris. The rubble, in turn, is a half-level obstacle to the line of sight. The terrain modifier effect is the same as the material of which the building that generated the rubble was made, +3 for a stone building and 2 more for a wooden building. Despite being a half-level obstacle, it is not possible to claim the advantage of a wall in hexes with rubble. To enter a terrain with debris, you must first use a wall to move the terrain. 3 movement factors are spent on a rubble hex, and manholes cannot be used on rubble hexes. In addition to these details on the terrain features of this map, some factors related to the special rules of the scenario and the specific rules for the Red Factories module scenarios will be considered. Looking at the map, we can see a black line that represents the limit for the deployment of Soviet troops to the east. They will deploy first, and the German units, to be positioned to the west of this line, and will move first. The red line represents the limit to the north of which will be the area where the match will be played. Normally on Red Factories maps, the Soviets have the presence of Class C booby traps throughout the entire length of the map. They are activated with the original result of 12 on the dice roll in a test check. In the case of this scenario, by stipulation of a special scenario rule, the Soviets are entitled to level A booby traps activated by a task check of 11 or more within the limits of the green-red line. Still within the special rules specific to this scenario, we have that all the hexes of the building in BB-18 are fortified, has +4, and the Soviets can hide Happy Smiley 3 squads and any SMC and support weapons stacked with them. Within the generic rules of the module, we have that the environmental conditions are moist, with no wind at first and no possibility of starting a fire. The Soviet elite and first-class units are considered stealthy, rule RF-18. Hand-to-hand combat is allowed, and the defender can declare hand-to-hand if all attacking units have been ambushed, are retreating or are pinned, rule RF-11. The no truce condition is declared for both factions, rule RF-14. A location with rubble is considered a building for the purposes of rout, rally, ambush and street fight, rule RF-8. Let's go to the disposition of the units. Soviets. The Soviets will be entitled to 7 elite units 6 to 8. 7 elite units 4, 5, 8. 11 first-line units 4, 4, 7. The leaders will be 9-1, 8-1 to leaders and 8-0 to leaders. As a support weapon they will have 1 heavy machine gun, 2 medium machine guns, 5 light machine guns and 18 false concealment markers. Disposition. These units should be deployed east of the Black Line. The first unit to be deployed is a 447 squad with the heavy machine gun on the first floor in W10. This position is strategic as it allows a wide view over the highway that separates the faction positions. The possibility of deploying a fire lane with the fire of this machine gun along almost the entire length of the road that the Germans will inevitably have to cross to attack the Soviet positions makes this choice necessary. One of the strengths of using the vessel for the advanced squad leader is the fact that it is possible to gauge the line of sight between the various locations from positions on floors. Upper levels in the buildings using the control key up-down arrow for the attacker and up-down arrows for the defenders. Checking the line of sight of this machine gun, we see that if placed on the upper floor of W10 it will be possible to attack enemies beyond the hex with rubble in W19. The medium machine guns will be placed in defense of what we consider to be the main objective, the fortress in BB19, where they will be placed on the second floor. Next to these machine guns we will place the elite squads 4, 5, 8 which in addition to high morale have a greater intrinsic firing range, being able to increase the firepower in long distance shots. The line of sight of these machine guns positioned on the second floor is extensive and easily surpasses the hexes with rubble and debris in their path, in addition to a direct line of sight over the rooftops of the factories in front of them. The important elite squads 6 to 8 will be positioned further forward to optimize their great firepower with the extremely short range to hexes. In this match Jim will position his defenses in a more advanced way and will try to hinder the German movement in the early stages and will try to avoid the overstacking of units in the fortress, which cost so much in the last match. The idea is that these units will cause difficulties for the enemy and retreat towards the fortress at some point in the future. On the ground floor of Hex W10 we will position a squad 448 with a light machine gun that will allow a 6 firepower shot in support of the team with the heavy machine gun on the upper floor of this hex. Units 447 will be arranged towards the northern perimeter as the main line of defense of the chemist's workshop. The leaders assigned to position themselves close to the front line will be posted a little further back with the main purpose of helping to recover the morale of the units that may have broken morale. We will avoid positioning these leaders on the combat front as much as possible. The largest defensive device will be posted to the south of the Soviet positions. The light machine guns will be distributed strategically with the purpose of taking maximum advantage of the firepower generated by location. Leaders with the modifier of -1 they will assist the units in the fortress. With this we finish the positioning of the Soviet forces and the concealment markers are placed on these units. The snipers cannot be forgotten and we will note the value of their respective activations. Now let's move on to the positioning of the German forces. The Germans will have 13 units 4, 6, 7 of the first line. 8 elite units 8, 3, 8 with a smoke exponent of 3. 4 elite units of the elite 8, 3, 8 with a smoke usage exponent of 5. 1 leader 10-2. 1 leader 9-2. 2 leaders 9-1. 2 leaders 8-1. 2 leaders 8-0. 1 heavy machine gun. 2 medium machine guns. 2 light machine guns. 2 flamethrowers. 6 demolition charges. Let's try to check the possible lines of sight for the German units. The first position to be checked is from the line of sight from the rooftop of the factories. These positions are 3.5 levels away height and can easily attack Soviet defensive positions on the front line. The drawback is that these defensive positions are mostly protected by a modifier effect of 3 stone buildings, while the units on the rooftops have no protection other than +1 for the height advantage. Units that post themselves on this rooftop may eventually reach Soviet units in the fortress. With the possible disadvantage of the low temp on the rooftop, other alternatives are sought. The second floor of the building in U-22 seems to be a better place to position units as it has an excellent line of sight with the advantage of them relative to the stone building. German units have the right to deploy 10% of their units as half squads during setup, 3 equivalent squads in this case, and will do so at this time. As the option for Hex U-22 will be to deploy medium machine guns with half squads and the heavy machine gun with a squad of 4, 6, 7 with a total firepower of 20 firepower. This stack will be positioned on the lower floor of this hex to prevent fire from Soviet units in the fortress. To reinforce this great power, the leader 10-2 will assist in directing the fire of this stack. On second thought, one of the half squads is replaced by a squad 4, 6, 7 to obtain final firepower of 24 firepower. The flamethrowers will be delegated to the half squads. These units will position themselves as reserves at T-22. A demolition charge is assigned to another half squad. The problem with turning a squad into a half squad is the loss of 2 firepower from the intrinsic firepower and also the loss of the possibility of throwing smoke grenades. 2 half squads carrying demolition charges go to Hex T-23. On the second floor of U-23 2 squads 8, 3, 8 are positioned with the leader 9-2 and 2 machine guns are added to the stack. This stack does not make much sense because these German units have a reduced range, 3 hexes, and will not be very effective from this position, and this should be reevaluated before the start of the match. 2 squads 8, 3, 8 with a demolition charge, and the leader 9-1 go to the lower deck of U-23. The German stack at U-22 goes to the middle deck, still protected from attacks from the Soviet stronghold. On the lower deck of this hex goes a stack with 2 squads 8-3-8 with smoke exponent of 5, a demolition charge and a leader 8-1. Another squad 8-3-8 with smoke exponent of 3 with a demolition charge is added in this hex. 3 squads 4-6-7 will be positioned on the rooftop at R16 accompanied by a leader 8-1. Two squads 8-3-8 accompanied by the leader 9-1 go to the lower deck of U-17. 3 squads 4-6-7 on the rooftop at S-15 with the leader 8-0 in the rear. Three squads 4-6-7 on the rooftop at S-12. Squad 4-6-7 in U-3. Concealment markers are positioned over all German units and will be re-evaluated before the start of the game, eliminating those cases where concealment is not sustainable. The German sniper goes to Z-18 near the German fortress. The Soviet sniper goes to T-19. We will distribute the concealment markers as false Soviet markers across the terrain. To finalize the setup, we will characterize the Soviet fortress with the appropriate overlay. Before starting the game, we will make some corrections and improvements to the positioning of the units. The first step will be to remove the German stacks that are relatively exposed to areas with a higher degree of protection. Only the stack in R16 will remain in rooftop position. One of the leaders is transferred to building S-18. The biggest change will occur in the building in T-21. The half squads in T-22 are transferred to X-21. This building is unique because it is a factory with a staircase. The hex with the representation of the staircase has 3 floors in addition to the rooftop, while the hexes without the staircase have only 2 floors, the ground floor and the rooftop, which Jim didn't know but ended up learning using the line of sight tool in VAS. Taking this into account, Jim changes the configuration of the units in this building. The units on the lower floor of U-23 go to V-21. The units on the lower floor of X-22. The half squads with the flamethrowers from T-22 to X-21 where they will be stacked with the half squads that move from T-23. The units with the medium and heavy machine guns next to the leader 10- to go to the third level of this hex. Stacking from U-17 to V-16. Units on the rooftop in U-23 to V-19. The only unit that will remain on the rooftop will be the one in R13 that will lose the concealment marker. Before starting this battle, and after reviewing some concepts in the rulebook, we will reevaluate some positions made so far. One of the vital rules that Jim forgot was that the fire lane left by the machine guns can only occur if the machine gun is on the same ground level as the target, Rule A9.22. This makes the heavy machine gun in W10 poorly positioned to trigger a fire lane over the street in front of it. We will move this machine gun to the lower level of this hex where it can launch an effective fire lane up to the hex with rubble in Y14. The units with Soviet machine guns in BB-18 will be kept on the upper floors of this building without worrying about creating fire lanes at this time. The building in T-22 is considered a factory, Rule B23.74, and the units in these locations can only occupy the ground level, or the rooftop or sewers. Therefore, we will have to reposition these units on the lowest level where they will have the protection of the stone building, yes +3, while on the rooftop this protection would be only +1, height advantage. The 8-1 leader in BB-13 will be moved to a more strategically significant position in Z-17 where he will be able to assist the rally of Soviet units that may have their morale broken on the front line. With this relocation, the 8-0 leader moves to Hex R13, where he will be able to assist in the rally of units with their morale broken on the first line of distance. Although it is not a terrain qualified for the -1 modifier in the rally attempt, this hex is positioned at a distance less than or equal to 6 hexes, the distance allowed for the movement of units under the DAIM marker during the rally phase. Finally, the Soviets can place 3 or fewer squads in hidden mode, in addition to one-man units, e.g. leaders, and accompanying support weapons. The 2 squads in X-19 will be placed in hidden mode. The unit with the heavy machine gun accompanied by the leader 8-1 will also be placed in hidden mode. Very well, with the setup finished, let's take a break and return in the next episode with the first turn of this scenario. Hello friends, welcome to the first round of the battle for the Commissar's house in Stalingrad in November 1942. As the combat area is large, we will zoom in on the areas where the action is taking place. Let's start the activities in the rally phase of the German phase of the first round by rolling the dice to determine if there is a wind change. 6. No wind change. Prep fire phase. Firing by the German units on the rooftop in R16 against the Soviet units in X16 6 hexes away. The firing will be 12 firepower, reduced to 6, target under the concealment marker, with the modifiers of -1, leader, +3, stone building. (8 + 2, 10), which is a miss in the 6 firepower column, but Jim considers it as a firing with 12 firepower, which would be a pin test check. This will be corrected soon. With this, the Soviets lose the concealment marker. 7 and 3, the Soviet units pass. The units in V14 and V15 give up the concealment markers and form a fire group with 24 firepower. At this point, Jim realizes that the Soviet units in X16 should not have lost the concealment markers, and these are restored. Returning to the 24 firepower firing on the Soviets at X-15, this will be reduced to 12 firepower, concealed target, plus 3, stone building. 7 plus 3, 10, pin test check, which Jim mistakenly considers as a normal morale check. The Soviets lose the concealment marker. 10. The first Soviet squad is considered broken when it should be pinned. 4. The second squad passes. German stack in V-16 fires on the Soviets at X-16 with 20 firepower reduced to 8, concealed target, -1, leader, plus 3, stone building. 10 plus 2, 12, without success. Stacking with the machine guns at U-22 on the X-20 hex where it is assumed that there are enemy units. This shot will have its firepower reduced by half since there are no visible units, area target fire, from 24 firepower to 12 firepower -2, leader, plus 3, house, stone. (11 plus 1, 12), no effects and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. Firing from the stack in V-19 on the X-19 hex with 8 firepower, target fire area -2, leader, plus 3, stone building. 8 plus 1, 9, pin test check, and the Soviet units lose their concealment marker and are placed on the board. 8, the two Soviet units pass. Firing from both squads 8-3-8 in V-22 on the Soviets in X-19 with 16 firepower plus 3, stone building, -1, leader. 7 plus 2, 9, 1 morale check. 6 plus 1, 7, the first squad passes. 8 plus 1, 9, the second squad has its morale broken. Let's do an attack with the half squad with the flamethrower in X-21 on the Soviets in X-19. The attack will be with 12 firepower without modifiers. 5 to morale check. 4. The first squad passes. 9 plus 2, 11. The second squad breaks again and becomes a half squad, causing the first loss of the Soviet units. The second flamethrower will attack the Soviets at Z-22 with 6 firepower, concealed target, without modifiers. 9. Unsuccessful. Firing from X-22 on the Soviets at Z-22 with 24 firepower reduced by half, concealed target, -1, leader, plus 3, stone building. The Germans thought about using the firepower of the two half squads in this shot, but realizes that these squads will not add value to the shot. It would remain at 12 firepower and prefers to keep the concealment marker of these half squads. (8 plus 2, 10). Pin test check with the Soviets losing the concealment marker. 6, 7. 7. The Soviets pass the pin test check. Movement phase. No actions. Defensive fire phase. Soviets at X-15 and X-16 form a fire group and fire on the Germans at V-15 with 16 firepower plus 2, wooden house. 3, 6, The Soviets should have their firepower halved by covering, which Jim ignores. 6 plus 2, 8, 1 morale check. 4. The first squad passes. 1, the second squad will suffer the effect of the heat of battle. 7 plus 1, 8, the third squad has its morale broken. Let's check the result of the effect of the heat of battle. There will be no modifiers. This German squad is first class, not elite. 12. With this result, the surrender of the German unit is indicated. However, as this scenario develops under the no quarter rules, this German unit is eliminated. Squad 6 to 8 in X-19 will fire 8 firepower, intrinsic firepower and light machine gun on the Germans in V-19 with the modifier of +2, wooden house. 5, no effect. Soviet fire in Z-22 and Z-21 on the Germans in X-21 with 16 firepower, halved, 8, for the units under the concealment marker. The modifiers will be +3, stone house, -1 for the units with the flamethrowers. 6 plus 3, 9, which in the 8 firepower column is a pin test check with the units losing the concealment marker. 6 plus 2, 8, in the 16 firepower column is 1 morale check. 5, 4, the 2 half squads with the demolition charges pass. 7 plus 1, 8, the first half squad with flamethrowers is pinned. 8 plus 1, 9, the second half squad has its morale broken. Soviets form a fire group with the units in hexes BB-19 and 20 on the Germans at X-21. This firing will be carried out from the units on the upper floors of BB-18 and BB-19 with 20 firepower. The squad on the middle floor of BB-18 will not be able to participate because if it were used it would incur the loss of the possibility of using the -1 modifier of the Soviet leaders. The modifiers will be +3, stone house, -1, Soviet leaders. Seven plus 2, 9, 1 morale check and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. 7 plus 1, 8, the first half squad is pinned. 9 plus 1, 10, the second half squad has its morale broken. 6 plus 1, 7, the third half squad passes and the Soviet sniper may be activated. 1, the fourth squad will suffer the effects of the heat of battle. 9 minus 1, 8, this half squad is considered elite, which guarantees the -1 modifier. The half squad recovers its morale and battle hardening occurs with this unit that is already elite and cannot have its quality increased. It becomes fanatical. Six, the Soviet sniper is not activated. Advancing fire phase. No actions. Rout phase. German unit in B-15 to T-17. Irregular movement of half squad in X-21 to U-22. If this unit wanted to make this movement, it would have to undergo a normal morale check due to the prohibition in the hex W-22. Could opt to make a low crawl move to W-22 or, alternatively, could move to X-21 W-23 ending the move at V-22. Jim will correct this error before the Soviet turn, placing the units with broken morale at X-21 in hex V-22. Soviet unit at X-15 to Z-17. Squad at KISS Smiley 21 to Z-17. Advance phase. Rooftop stacking at R16 to ground level. Close combat phase. The German stack that came down from the rooftop at R16 regains the concealment marker as it is out of line of sight of the Soviet units. And since there is no further action, we will move on to the rally phase Soviets turn 1. Rally phase Soviet turn 1. Attempt to rally the Soviet units at Z17 with the modifiers -1, leader, -1, building, +4, aim marker. 6 + 2, 8, the first squad passes. 7 + 2, 9, the second squad remains with broken morale and the aim marker is removed. German squad rally attempt in T17 with the modifier of +4, aim, -1, building. 8 + 3, 11, morale is not recovered and the aim marker is removed. German half squad rally attempt in B22 with the modifiers of -1, leader, -1, building, +4, aim marker. 4 + 2, 6, the first half squad recovers morale. 7 + 2, 9, the second half squad remains with broken morale. At this point we remember to evaluate the possibility of a wind change. 9. No wind change. Prep fire phase. Firing from the units in the fortress that form a fire group in hexes BB18 and 19 on the Germans in B21. This firing will be done with 20 firepower +3, stone building, -1, leaders. 6 + 2, 8, to morale check, and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. Three + 2, 5, the half squad with the flamethrower passes. 7 + 2, 9, the half squad with the demolition charge has broken morale. Soviet units in Z22 and 21 form a fire group and will fire on the Germans in B21 with 24 firepower +3, stone building. 9 + 3, 12, normal morale check. 5, the first half squad passes. 6, the second half squad also passes and there is a possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 2, the Soviet minor sniper is activated and will attack the Germans at V21. The unit to be attacked is the half squad with broken morale, which is not affected by the minor Soviet sniper. The Soviet units at X15 and 16 form a fire group and fire on the Germans at V16 with 16 firepower +2, wooden house. 7 + 2, 9, 1 morale check. 9 + 1, 10, the German leader breaks. 4 + 1, 5, the first squad passes. 4 + 1, 5, the second squad passes. 7 + 1, 8, the third squad has its morale broken. Soviet stacking at X15 fires on the Germans at V14 with 12 firepower +2, wooden house. 5 + 2, 7, 1 morale check. 10 + 1, 11, and the first squad breaks. 4 + 1, 5, the second squad passes. 3 + 1, 4, third squad also passes. Movement phase. Z2 to Y3 in assault movement. W1 to Y2. W5 to W4. Soviet stack at W7 becomes CX and moves initially to Y7 in bypass, second to A11 then. W8 to W7. Squad at W10 moves to U11 out of line of sight of German units and does not lose concealment marker. Kiss smiley 9 to U10. Kiss smiley 10 to Kiss smiley 11 in assault movement. Kiss smiley 11 to Kiss smiley 12 in assault movement. Y11 to Z14. BB9 to BB14. CC10 to CC9 in assault movement. X17 to Kiss smiley 18 in assault movement. Z17 to lower floor of BB18. Defensive fire phase. A German squad at V14 and the units at V15 and 16 form a fire group and will fire on the Soviets at Kiss smiley 16. This firing will happen with 24 firepower and the modifier will be +3, stone house. 4 + 3, 7, 3 morale check. 5 + 3, 8, the first squad gets pinged. 10 + 3, 13, the second squad breaks above the ELR and has its quality reduced to 5 to 7 first class in addition to having its morale broken. German stacking at V19 will fire on the Soviet squad at Kiss smiley 19 with 20 firepower with the modifiers of +3, stone house, -2, leader. 9 + 1, 10, 1 morale check. 2. This Soviet unit passes and will suffer the effects of the heat of battle. The modifiers will be -1, elite, +2, Soviets. 5 + 1, 6, the squad becomes fanatical, and a hero is created. Jim forgets this detail but will correct it later forward. Flamethrower fire at Kiss smiley 21 on Soviet squad at Kiss smiley 19 with 12 firepower without modifiers. 3, the German unit is covered and this attack will be processed in the 6 firepower column and there is a possibility of activating the Soviet sniper. 3 + 1, 4, the squad passes and there is a possibility of activating the German sniper. 6, the Soviet sniper is not activated. 3, the German sniper is not activated. Firing from the stack at V21 on the Soviet squad at Kiss smiley 19 with 16 firepower +3. 8 + 3, 11, pin test check. 5, the squad passes. Finally Jim remembers to position the hero at Kiss smiley 19. Firing from the German stack at U22 on this same squad and Soviet hero with 24 firepower -2, leader, +3, stone house. 4 + 1, 5, it is a random reduction of one of the units to be chosen randomly, elimination of the hero if chosen, followed by a 4 morale check and, on top of all this, 4 morale check. The squad is chosen and becomes a half squad. 4 + 4, 8, the hero passes. 8 + 4, 12, the half squad suffers a morale break that Jim considers to be above the ELR, not true, and makes it a half squad 2 to 7. New shot using the rate of fire of the machine guns with 16 firepower could have added 4 firepower from the squads. 7 + 1, 8, 1 morale check, and the machine guns maintain the firing rate. 3. The hero passes and there is a possible activation of the German sniper. 8 plus 1, 9. The Huff squad suffers a new morale break and is eliminated. 5. The German sniper is not activated. New shot using the rate of fire of the machine guns with 16 firepower plus 1. 9 plus 1, 10. Normal morale check and the machine guns lose their firing rate. 5. The hero passes. Stacking in, KISS Smiley 22 shoots at the Soviets in Z-22 with 24 firepower plus 3, Stonehouse, minus 1, leader. 4 plus 2, 6, 4 morale check. 7 plus 4, 11, first squad breaks. 6 plus 4, 10, second squad also breaks. 4 plus 4, 8, third squad gets pinged. Advancing fire phase. No actions. Rout phase. Squad at KISS Smiley 16 to Z17. Squads at Z22 to CC22. German squad at KISS Smiley 19 to V22. Squad and leader at V16 to T17. Squad at V14 to T17. Advance phase. U11 to V11. V10 to T10. R11 to R12. BB11 to BB10. R13 to Z13. KISS Smiley 11 to KISS Smiley 10. X13 to Y14. KISS Smiley 12 to KISS Smiley 14. Z14 to R15. Z21 to R22. Squad on lower deck of BB22 to lower deck of BB21. KISS Smiley 18 to KISS Smiley 19. Close combat phase. Soviet squad on R22 recovers concealment marker.
Very well, friends. Let's end this episode on a sour note for the Soviet units that did not prove to be up to the task of countering the immense firepower of the enemy forces, despite having the defensive bonus, +2 or +3, of their positions. With the tremendous pressure exerted by the German forces, the Soviets already have several units with broken morale and in full retreat, at least in the southern region of the terrain, and several units have already moved to pre-prepared defensive positions where they will have the support of leaders who will help them recover their morale. But not everything will be a walk in the park for the Teutonic forces, as the Soviet units have organized themselves for a defense in depth that promises to exact a huge price from the advancing Germans, not to mention the protection provided by the walls of the fortress created in the Commissar's house, which have a modifier of +4 against German small arms fire. A weak point in the German offensive disposition is in the northern sector of the attack, where the secondary objective of the battle is located, the workshop of the chemist, whose conquest is a necessary condition for the final German victory. With this we say goodbye and we will wait for the second round of this exciting battle. Hello friends, welcome to the second round of this battle that took place between the Germans and the Soviets in early November 1942 in the fight for control of the Commissar's house in Stalingrad. Before continuing with this new round, Let's point out some flaws in the previous round pointed out in the YouTube comments section, in which our colleague at Caslo Calgary 8278 generously pointed out. At 7:41 the German squad that suffered the effects of the heat of battle with the result of 12 on the dice should not have been eliminated but rather turned berserk, as it was under the effect of no quarter and there were no Soviet units in adjacent hexes. Rule A15.5. Another point pointed out occurred at 23:55, in which the German squad did not route to the closest hex in terms of movement factors, 5 mf, to head towards hexes U17, S15 or S16. Thank you very much dear at Caslo Calgary 8278. Once these fixes have been noted, let's continue with our battle and start the rally phase. Germans phase second turn. Wind change 7, no wind change. Attempt to rally German squads in V22 with the modifiers of -1, leader, -1, building, and +4, for the squad under the DM marker. 1, the squad recovers morale and will suffer the effects of the heat of battle. The modifier of -1, the Huff squad is elite. 7-1, 6, the Huff squad becomes fanatical, and a hero is created. 7 + 2, 9, the second Huff squad does not recover morale. Attempt to rally German units in T17 with the modifiers of +4, DM, -1, building. Let's start with the leader. 3 + 3, 6, the leader recovers morale and will be able to help in recovering the morale of the squad's Germans. 3 + 2, 5, the first squad recovers morale. 5 + 2, 7, the second squad recovers morale. The third squad is not under the DM marker and will be subjected to the modifiers -1, leader, -1, building. 7 + 2, 9, the third squad does not recover morale. Attempt to rally by the Soviet squads with the modifiers -1, leader, -1, building, and +4 for the squad under the DM marker. 12, the Huff squad is eliminated. 12 again and the squad is reduced to Huff squad 227 and remains with broken morale. Since it is the German phase, the Soviets do not have the right to auto-rally and the DM marker is removed. Prep fire phase. German Huff squad with the flamethrower over the German squad in Z22 with 12 firepower without modifiers. 3, K/3, that is, the squad is reduced to Huff squad and will suffer 3 morale checks. 6 more 3, 9, Huff squad breaks. Stacking at V19 will attack the Soviets at X19 with 20 firepower +3, stone house, -2, leader. 5 + 1, 6, 3 morale check. Dummy unit is eliminated. 10 + 3, 13, and hero is wounded and becomes hero 138. German units form a fire group and will attack the Soviets at X16 with 20 firepower +3, stone house. 8 + 3, 11, normal morale check. 10, squad morale breaks. Units at V14 fire on the Soviets at X13 with 8 firepower, reduced by half, hidden target, +3, stone house. 6 + 3, 9, unsuccessfully, with possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 4, the Soviet sniper is not activated. Movement phase. German squad 838 will attempt to throw a grenade smoke at Y22 needing 5 or less to succeed. 4, the grenade is thrown with the expenditure of 2 movement factors. This squad moves to Y23 in assault movement. The rest of the German stack at X22 moves to Y23 in assault movement. Part of the stack at V22 to X22. 2 squads 838 from V21 to X22 while the Huff squad with demolition charge ceases its movement at W22 to avoid overstacking. Stack with machine guns from U22 to V21 in assault movement. In this hex they will come under attack from the Soviet units positioned in the stronghold of the Commissar's house. Here Jim makes a mistake and adds the intrinsic firepower of the Soviet squad to the intermediate floor of BB-18, which implies the automatic loss of the -1 modifier of the leaders. This is ignored and the attack will occur with 20 firepower plus 3, stone house, and, erroneously, the -1 modifier of the Soviet leaders. 5 plus 2, 7, 2 morale check and the machine guns maintain the rate of fire. 6 plus 2, 8, the German leader passes with the possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 12, the first squad becomes the Huff squad and has its morale broken. 5. The second squad should pass but Jim considers it as being pinned because he ignores the -2 modifier of the German leader. 4. The Huff squad passes. Since the machine guns maintain the rate of fire, they could carry out a new attack, but they choose not to fire this shot because the Soviet machine guns have a break factor of 11. 5. The sniper Soviet is not activated. Stacking at T17 to V18. German stacking on R16 moves to U14 hex. As these units move under the line of sight of the Soviets on the upper floor of the fortress, they lose the concealment marker. German leader 80 moves from R15 to V14. Isolated German unit at U3 moves to S4. Defensive fire phase. The smoke marker at Y22 should have been eliminated at the end of the movement phase is now eliminated without harming the development of the battle. Soviet stacking at Y14 forms a fire group and will fire on the Germans at V14 with 12 firepower plus 2, wooden house. 6 plus 2, 8, 1 morale check. 7 plus 1, 8, the leader is pinned. 11 plus 1, 12, the first squad breaks above the ELR, which is 4, and has its quality reduced to 447 second class and morale broken. 3 plus 1, 4, the second passes. Advance fire phase. Stacking German in V18 will attack the wounded hero in X19 with 6 firepower -1, leader, plus 3, stone house. 9 plus 2, 11, unsuccessful. Units firing in V21 on the Soviets on the upper floor of BB19 with 6 firepower plus 3, or 4, if it is necessary to use the modifier for the fortress effect in this hex, -2, leader. 8 plus 2, 10, unsuccessful. German stacking in Y23 will fire on the Soviets with broken morale in Z22 with 15 firepower, assault fire, doubled because it is a point-blank shot, plus 3, stone house, -1, leader. 3 plus 2, 5, 1 killed in action. At this point Jim makes another mistake and carries out this attack without taking into account the fact that the attack occurred at point-blank range. Therefore, this attack was carried out with 12 firepower plus 2, which leads to 2 morale check. 5 plus 2, 7, Soviet squad unaffected. Flamethrower shot at X22 on Soviets at Y23 with 12 firepower without modifiers. 5, 2 morale check. 5 plus 2, 7, unsuccessful. Rout phase. The German units choose not to move because there is no situation that implies the compulsory movement of these units with broken morale, and both are in the same hex with the German leader who will assist them in the next rally phase. Soviet squad at Z22 to CC22. Soviet squad at Z17 to German units at Z17. Advance phase. Y23 to Z22. Flamethrower at X22 to X23. Stacking with the hero at X22 to Y23. W18 to W19. W19 to W20. U14 to V13. T17 to U17. S4 to S5. Close combat phase. No unit qualifies for the concealment marker recovery. Let's move on to rally phase, Soviets second turn.
Wind change 3. No wind change. Attempt to rally by Soviet units at Z21. The modifiers will be -1, leader, -1, building, +4 for the squad under the DN marker. The leader will lose the concealment marker because he is in the Germans' line of sight at X21. 4 -2, 2, the half squad recovers morale. 7 + 2, 9, the squad does not recover morale and the DN marker is removed. Attempt to auto-rally by one of the squads at CC22 with the modifiers of +1, auto-rally, -1, rubble. 7, the squad recovers morale. Attempt to rally by the German squad at V14 with the modifiers of -1, building, +4, DN. 7 + 3, 10, the squad remains with broken morale and the DN marker is removed. Attempt to rally by the half squad at V21 with the modifiers of +4, DN, -2, leader, -1, building. 11 + 1, 12, the half squad does not recover morale and the DN marker is eliminated. Squad rally attempt in B22 with the modifiers -1, leader, -1, building. 11 -2, 9, morale is not recovered. Prep fire phase. At this point, the Germans realize that they could have recovered the heavy machine gun carried by the half squad with broken morale using the leader 10-2. This could have been done during the rally phase, however, we are already in the prep fire phase and this chance is in the past. The Soviets, after evaluating the disposition of their troops, choose not to fire any shots and we move to the movement phase. A22 to CC21. CC22 to BB19. BB19 to BB18 in assault movement. Half squad in Z17 moves to A18 in assault movement requiring wall advantage. X15 to Z16. Y14 to Y13. Z13 to Y13. BB14 to CC17. Marker CX from stacking at A12 is eliminated and it moves to CC15. A15 to Z14. Z11 to the lower floor of W10. Movement from T11 to R12. This movement exceeded the number of movement factors allocated to this unit, 4 MF, because, inside the factory, the hexes are covered by debris that requires 2 mf to enter each hex covered with this material. W5 to X6 bypassing X5. Y2 to Y8 again using one more movement factor than is available and should be placed under marker CX. Y2 to X5. BB9 to A14 bypassing BB10, CC10 and A13, BB13. X13 for the hex with rubble at X12 in assault movement. In this hex it suffers an attack from the German stack at V13 with 12 firepower reduced by half, target under the concealment marker. The modifiers will be -1, leader, +2, wooden rubble. 6 + 2, 8, pin test check resulting in the elimination of the dummy markers and possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 3. The Soviet sniper is not activated. Defensive fire phase. German stack at W20 fires on the lone wounded Soviet hero at X19 with 18 firepower, intrinsic firepower of the 2 German squads plus the firepower of one of the light machine guns. This firepower will be doubled to a stupendous 36 firepower, point-blank shot, with the modifiers of +3, Stonehouse, -2, leader. 6 + 1, 7, which in the 36 firepower column implies K/4, that is, the unit is eliminated, and if it had survived this attack, it would suffer a 4 morale check. There is also the possibility of activating the Soviet sniper. 2. The minor Soviet sniper is activated. This sniper will attack one of the German stacks at X21 or Z23. These are the hexes with the highest protection factor, stone houses, at an equal distance from the Soviet sniper. The stack will be chosen randomly with the roll of dice. 6, 6. Since the dice result is the same, the Soviets will be able to choose which stack will be attacked, and they choose the stack at Z22. Within this stack, one of the units will be chosen randomly. 2 squads 8-3-8 become pinned. Stacking with the machine guns at V21 will fire on the Soviets on the upper floor of BB19 with 12 firepower and the modifiers of +3 or 4, if it is necessary to use the fortress modifier, -2, leader. 6 + 2, 8, 1 morale check +2, with the possible activation of the Soviet sniper and the machine guns maintain the rate of fire. 8 + 1, 9, the leader's morale is broken. 6 + 1, 7, the first squad passes. 8 + 1, 9, the second squad's morale is broken. 4, the Soviet sniper is not activated. New shot with the machine gun's rate of fire with 12 firepower, half the intrinsic firepower of the German squad, subsequent first fire and the rate of fire of the machine guns, +2. 8 + 2, 10, pin test checked, and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. 9, the Soviet squad is pinned. At this point Jim makes a mistake and considers this attack as a normal morale check, with the subsequent injury of the Soviet leader. This error will be corrected later by keeping the squad with the medium machine gun as just pinned and restoring the leader to his 8-1 condition. 5. The second squad passes. Advancing fire phase. No actions. Rout phase. Units with broken morale on the upper floor of BB-19 to the upper floor of CC-19, just remember that to correct the error that occurred in the last defensive fire phase, only the squad with broken morale will make this move and will be accompanied by the leader 8 Brothers 1 for this hex. Advance phase. The leader 9-1 on BB-18 to CC-19, this unit will be repositioned in hex BB-18 in the next rally phase. NC-21 to CC-20, NC-17 to BB-17, Z-16 to Z-17, X-13 to X-12, Y-13 to Y-14, A-14 to BB-14, NC-15 to BB-15, Y-8 to Y-9, W7 to W8, X6 to W7, X5 to X6. Illegal movement from Y9 to X9, this unit had already moved in this phase. Close combat phase. Let's evaluate which units qualify to recover the concealment marker. No units qualify for the concealment marker, and we move to the rally phase of the German phase of the third turn. Alright friends, at this point we will end this turn. Once again, we find the Soviets in full retreat in the southern sector of the battlefield. In this last turn we see the Soviets desperately trying to reorganize their defenses under the overwhelming fire from German troops. As a relevant detail in this last round, we will highlight the error made by Jim in relation to the Soviet units that occupied the upper floor of BB-19, which should have been subjected to a pin test check, and Jim considered it as a normal morale check, significantly damaging the entire Soviet defensive device in the fortress. With this in mind, Jim will use his omnipotence and will correct this situation by repositioning the Soviets more correctly within the fortress sector. Very well, Jim wishes you a great weekend and hopes to meet you again in the next rally phase of the third German round. Hello friends, welcome to the third round of this battle that took place between the Germans and the Soviets in early November 1942 in the fight for control of the Commissar's house in Stalingrad. Before starting the third round, we would like to thank our dear Aisler at Calgary 80-78 for a correction, when during the activation of the Soviet sniper at the moment 1826, in which this sniper could attack one of the 3 German stacks, 2 in stone houses and 1 in open terrain. Jim chose to attack one of the stacks in the stone houses, when the correct thing in this situation would have been for the sniper to attack the units in open terrain, which has the least terrain modifying effect. In addition, the German units not affected by the attack could try to eliminate the sniper using the sniper check, rule A14.4. Thank you very much Calgary 80-78. Without further ado, let's move on to Rally Phase Germans third turn. Wind change, 9, no wind change. German squad rally attempt in V16 with the modifier -1 building. 9-1, 8, the squad does not recover morale. German half squad auto-rally attempt in V21 with the modifiers -2, leader, -1, building. 8-3, 5. The half squad recovers morale, and the Germans once again have the 7 firepower of the heavy machine gun. Half squad rally attempt in B-22 with the modifiers -1, leader, -1, building. 8-2, 6, the half squad recovers morale. Soviet squad rally attempt in CC-19 with the modifiers +4, Diane, -1, leader, -1, building. 9+2, 11, the squad does not recover morale, and the Diane marker is eliminated. Squad rally attempt at Z-17 with the modifiers -1, leader, -1, building. 8-2, 6, the squad recovers morale. Prep fire phase. Firing from the stack with the machine guns at V-21 on the Soviets on the upper floor of BB-18. This shot will be made with 20 firepower -2, leader, +4, fortress. (7+2, 9), 1 morale check, and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. 10+1, 11, the leader loses morale. 7+1, 8, the squad becomes pinned. Firing from the German stack at V-22 on the Soviets on the upper floor of BB-19. The shot will be made with 24 firepower, reduced by half because the Soviets are 4 hexes away, beyond the ideal range of the German squads. The modifiers will be +4, fortress, -1, leader. 11+2, 13, unsuccessful. Firing from the German stack at V-13 on the Soviet units on the terrain with rubble at X-12 with 12 firepower halved to 6, concealed target, -1, leader, +2, wooden rubble. 3+1, 4, to morale check. 7+2, 9, the squad's morale is broken. Movement phase. Squad 838 at V-16 will attempt to launch a smoke grenade at W-16 needing 3 or less for success. 3. Successful, and the smoke marker is deposited at W-16 and the squad moves to W-17 in assault movement. In this hex it will suffer an attack from the German units at W-12, whose units renounce concealment. This firing will occur at 7 distance hexes with 12 firepower +2, smoke marker. The Soviets will forego the rate of fire and will leave a residual fire lane that extends from W11 to W18 with 6 firepower. (11+2, 13), unsuccessful, and a marker of 6 residual firepower should be 4 by the smoke hindrance, and the machine guns lose the rate of fire. V-16 to V-18. V-15 to V-17. V14 to V16, U17 to V18. W20 to X19 in assault movement. In this hex they suffer an attack with 12 firepower plus 3, stone house. Seven plus 3, 10, pin test check, and the machine guns lose the rate of fire. Let's remember that if the result of the dice roll is 11 or 12, one of the German units will suffer a casualty reduction because they are within the area where the Soviets have level A booby traps. 5. The leader passes. 10 minus 2, 8. The second squad should pass, but Jim considers it pinned. 5 minus 2, 3. The second squad passes. W19 to X18 in assault movement. In this hex it suffers an attack from Z17 with 8 firepower plus 3, stone rubble, minus 1, leader. 12, without success, and the first fire marker is replaced by the final fire marker. The 6th residual fire marker is deposited under the attacked hex, should be 4 firepower. Squads and hero in Y23 to R23. The Huff squad with the demolition charge follows the same path. W22 to Z23, X21 to Y23, V22 to Z23, S5 to T5 in assault movement. Defensive fire phase. Soviet stack at Y16 will fire on Germans at V14 with 12 firepower plus 2, wooden house. 6 plus 2, 8, 1 morale check. Three plus 1, 4, unsuccessful. Advancing fire phase. German stacks at X18 and X19 will attack Soviet stack at Z15. This fire will be with 12 firepower plus 2, wooden house, minus 1, leader. Three plus 1, 4, 3 morale check. 5 plus 3, 8, leader should be pinned. 4 plus 3, 7, first squad passes. 11 plus 3, 14, second squad has broken morale. This unit has broken above the ELR and should have its quality reduced. Rout phase. Soviet squad has broken morale at Z15 will move to the upper deck of BB-18 accompanied by the leader 8-1. Advance phase. R-23 to BB-22 and the Soviet units in the adjacent hex at CC-20 to receive the DN marker. Z-22 to R-22. Y-23 to Z-22. Z-23 to Z-22. W-17 to X-17. V-16 to V-17. V-18 to V-17. P5 to U6. Close combat phase. In the search for units that can recover the concealment markers, Jim identifies a possible potential candidate in the stack at V-17. At a certain point, this marker is deposited on this stack. Evaluating the line of sight of the Soviets on the upper deck of Hex BB-18, he finds that the German units in V-17 are under the line of sight of the Soviets and this stack loses the concealment marker. With no further action in this phase, we go to rally phase of the Soviet phase of the third turn. Wind change, 7 without wind change wind. Soviet rally attempt in CC-23 with modifiers of -1, leader, -1, building. 7-2, 5, the squad recovers morale. Soviet rally attempt in BB-22 with modifiers of -1, leader, -1, building, +4, DAIM. Starting with squad, 10 + 2, 12, the squad does not recover morale. Leader, 7 + 2, 9, the leader recovers morale and the DN marker is removed. Soviet squad auto-rally attempt in CC-22 with modifiers of +1, auto-rally, +4, DN, -1, building. 8 + 4, 12, the squad does not recover morale. Since there are enemy units in an adjacent hex, the DN marker is maintained, which will allow these Soviet units to move in the next rout phase, if they survive the German attack in the defensive phase. Attempt Soviet squad rally in B-14 with the modifiers -1, building. 8 - 1, 7, the squad recovers morale. Oops! The DN marker should be removed from the X-12 hex. Prep fire phase. The Soviet forces observe the correlation of forces and, instead of attacking the German units, they prefer to reorganize their forces on the battlefield for better positioning for the rapidly approaching Teutonic storm. Movement phase. To prepare their units for the next phases, the Soviets choose to spare as many of their forces as possible from the violent German attack that will certainly occur in the next defensive fire phase and opt to perform the famous and controversial skulking maneuver. This maneuver is performed in order to protect the troops, moving them in the movement phase out of the enemy's line of sight, avoiding the attack, returning these units to the front line during the advance phase. Since much of this maneuver will occur inside the fortress, which has a very high density of Soviet units, we will use a vessel resource that allows the size of the hexes to be increased, making the visualization of the movement of the units within that small space clearer. Soviet squad with the medium machine gun moves from the upper floor of BB-21 to the upper floor of CC-21, escaping the Germans' line of sight. Squad on the lower floor of this hex moves to the lower floor of CC-20. Leaders with the squad carrying the medium machine gun on the upper floor of BB-18 move to the upper floor of CC-19. Squad with the light machine gun under the concealment marker in BB-18 to the middle floor of this same hex. Squads in BB-17 to the lower floor from BB-18. Half squad with the light machine gun in R-18 to the lower floor of BB-18. Once the Soviet units are organized inside the fortification, let's return to the usual view of the battlefield. BB-15 to CC-17. BB-14 to BB-15. Z-17 to BB-17. Leader with 3 squads in W10 will reinforce the Soviet units on the secondary objective in the chemist shop and move to X9 out of the line of sight of the enemy units, where they will be able to recover the concealment marker in the next close combat phase. Z14 to Y13. Defensive fire phase. The German stack with the machine guns in B-21 will fire on the Soviet squads with the concealment marker on the middle floor of BB-18. This firing will be with a total of 20 firepower for the Soviet squad without the concealment marker and with 8 firepower on the units with this marker. The modifiers will be -2, leader, +4, fortification, 8 +2, 10, 1 morale check for the squad without the concealment marker and unsuccessful for the units with this marker, and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. 10 +1, 11, the squad's morale is broken. The German units at X-19 and X-18 form a fire group and will fire on the Soviet units on the intermediate floor of BB-18. This firing will occur with a total of 24 firepower on the squad without the concealment marker. Squads 838 will attack with half of their intrinsic firepower because they are 4 hexes away, in addition to the ideal firing distance for these units, which is 3 hexes, and 12 firepower on the 2 squads with this marker. The modifiers will be -1, value related to the leader with the lowest modifier, +4, fortification. 11 plus 3, 14, unsuccessful. Firing of the German stack at V13 on the squad with morale broken at X12. This shot will occur with a total of 12 firepower, -1, leader, +2, wooden debris. 7 plus 1, 8, 1 morale check. 8 plus 1, 9, the Soviet squad has its morale broken again and becomes a half squad. Advancing fire phase. The Soviets evaluate the opportunities to fire on the Germans and check the possibility of firing from W10 on the Germans at U6. This shot would occur with 14 firepower reduced by half to 6 firepower, advancing fire phase, reduced by half again to 2 firepower, target under concealment marker, with the modifiers of +1, debris hindrance, and +3, stone rubble. It is a shot with a low chance of impacting the German unit, in addition to there being the possibility of the Soviet machine gun malfunctioning, which is not at all auspicious and the Soviets prefer not to fire. Since no other opportunities for attack appear, we go to A. Rout phase. At this point we noticed that there was a missed opportunity by the Germans in Hex BB-22 who, during the defensive phase, could have fired and possibly eliminated the Soviet squads with broken morale in the adjacent Hex. The Soviet squads that escaped possible elimination in CC-21 moved to the lower floor of CC-19, where they will be able to try to recover morale with the help of the Soviet leader in the next rally phase. The Soviet squad with broken morale on the intermediate floor of BB-18, the DN marker was erroneously positioned under the squad on the upper floor of this hex, and this is now corrected, moves to the upper floor of CC-19, putting themselves in an overstacking situation, which would have negative consequences in the event of German fire. Since no fire will be made on these units anytime soon, this should not have any negative consequences for the Soviets. Half squad in X12 moves to the German stack at W10. Since the Germans have no units under the DN marker, we go to Advance phase. Half squad with the light machine gun on the lower floor of BB-18 to the middle floor of this same hex. BB-17 to the lower floor of BB-18. CC-17 to BB-17. CC-20 to BB-21, just remember that squad 6 to 8 in this stack is, mistakenly, under the concealment marker. This unit should remain in the current hex where it could recover the important concealment marker in the next close combat phase. Squads with the light machine guns and the leader 9-1 will complete the skulking maneuver and move to the upper floor of BB-18. With this maneuver they managed to avoid German fire in the defensive phase and will still have the presence of the leader to help the squad with broken morale to try to recover its morale. Squad with the light machine gun on the upper floor bottom of CC-19 will protect the unoccupied hex inside the fortification in hex CC-20. BB-15 to BB-16. Y-13 to X-12. The Soviet stack at X9 will remain in this position, which will imply the recovery of the concealment marker in the next phase. Squad with the heavy machine gun and another squad move from the lower floor of W10 to the first floor of this hex. R12 to R13. Close combat phase. Leaders at CC-19 recover the concealment marker. Stack at X9 recovers the concealment marker. The German leader at V14 is out of line of sight of the Soviet units and recovers the concealment marker. With a possible lack of attention regarding the Soviet squad at CC-20, which is possibly out of line of sight of the German units and could recover the vital concealment marker, this will be reassessed in the next phase. We go to the rally phase of the German phase of the fourth turn. In this turn, what was clear, it was the incredible German firepower that forced the Soviets to avoid this power by moving carefully around the battlefield, avoiding exposing their units as much as possible, including using the skulking tactic, which certainly prevented their units from being attacked. On the other hand, the Soviet units took advantage of this phase to organize themselves in their defensive positions to better withstand the German aggression that will certainly intensify from now on. The Soviet units divided and concentrated their defenses around the German objectives, the Commissar's house and the chemist shop. This concentration is a double-edged sword, because while it allows the concentration of firepower, it exposes their units in a few hexes with a high density of units, which opens the possibility of a catastrophic result in the event of a lucky German shot. With 6 German turns ahead, this scenario will end at the end of the German phase of the 9th turn. The German forces can still breathe and move cautiously. The weakness of the German forces directed towards the secondary objective, the chemist shop, is striking, which could become an acute problem later on. With the choice to concentrate their units in the southern sector of the battle, if the expectation of a quick neutralization of the Soviet units in the fortress does not come true, the Germans may have difficulty moving their forces quickly enough to attack the Soviets in force at the chemist shop. Hello friends, welcome to the third round of this battle that took place between the Germans and the Soviets in early November 1942 in the fight for control of the Commissar's house in Stalingrad. Before all, let's mention the invaluable corrections made in the last episode by our dear colleague Calgary 80 to 78. At 5:10 the German unit must declare what type of movement it is engaging in, assault movement, double time, etc. before laying smoke. At 6:20 the unit must declare that it is opening a fire lane before firing. The fire lane would place to residual fires from the heavy machine gun, and if the light machine gun fired, it would leave a separate fire lane of one residual fire. Thank you very much once again Caslo Calgary 80 to 78, and I take this opportunity to emphasize that Jim started learning the mechanics of the ASL system about 4 years ago, which is very little time to absorb all the immense details involved in playing this game, and therefore, corrections, criticisms and suggestions are extremely welcome and appreciated. That said, let's move on to the German phase of the fourth round. Rally phase of the German phase of the fourth turn. Wind change, 7, no wind change. Since the Germans do not have any units with broken morale, we will move on to the Soviets' rally attempt in Hex CC-15. The modifiers will be +4, DAIM, -1, leader, -1, building. 7 + 2, 9, the first squad does not recover morale. 6 + 2, 8, the second squad does not recover morale. 11 + 2, 13, the third squad does not recover morale, with a total failure for the Soviets at the beginning of the fourth turn. The DAIM marker is eliminated. Soviet squad rally attempt in BB-18 with the modifiers -1, building, -1, leader. 6 - 2, 4, this squad recovers morale. Soviet half squad rally attempt at W10 with the modifiers of +4, DAIM, -1, building. 9 + 3, 12, the half squad does not recover morale, and the DAIM marker is removed. Prep fire phase. With 6 turns left in the scenario, the Germans still feel comfortable and will try some fire in this phase. The first attempt will be with the stacking of the machine guns in B-21 that will fire on the Soviets on the upper floor of BB-18. This fire will be made with a total of 20 firepower -2, German leader, +4, fortification. Nine + 2, 11, normal morale check, and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. 8, the leader passes. 10 - 1, leader, 9, the first squad has its morale broken. Eight, the second squad is pinned. 7 - 1, 6, the third squad maintains morale. The second squad that was previously pinned changes its status to unpinned because the dice result was 8 - 1 for the leader 7, it returns to unpinned status. Stacking at X-19 will fire on the Soviet units on the upper floor of BB-18 with 12 firepower, half of the squad's intrinsic firepower because they are beyond the ideal fire range, +4, fortification, -2, German leader. 10 + 2, 12, without success. Stacking at R-22 fires on the Soviet forces in BB-19 with 24 firepower, reduced to 12 for the squad under the concealment marker. Let's remember that squad 6 to 8 does not have the right to the concealment marker, it only appears because it is under the concealment marker, a side effect of the Vaslat. 8 plus 3, 11. In the 24 firepower column is 1 morale check. 9 plus 1, 10. Squad 6 to 8 has broken morale. For the squad with the concealment marker, the attack will occur in the 12 firepower column, which is a failure. German stacking in V13 fires on the Soviets in X12 with 12 firepower, reduced to 6, target under the concealment marker, +2, wooden rubble, -1, leader. 8 plus 1, 9, normal morale check. The markers that represented a dummy stacking are eliminated. Movement phase. Units under the concealment marker in BB22 to BB21 in assault movement. In this hex they will suffer an attack from the Soviet fire group in BB19 and CC20 with 12 firepower reduced to half, target under the concealment marker, +3, stone rubble. Double 5, 10, +3, 13. The Soviet units are covered and the result will be evaluated in the 4 firepower column, which is clearly a mistake. The residual fire marker left should be 2 firepower and not 6 as Jim put it. Hero with squad 838 from BB22 to CC22. German stacking at Z22 to BB22. Huff squad with the demolition charge from X22 to BB22. Squad 838 at X17 will attempt to deposit a smoke grenade at W17, needing 3 or less to succeed. 1. Success and the smoke is deposited. This same squad moves from X17 to Y17. 2 squads with the leader 9-1 move from X18 to Y17. X18 to X17. Stacking in B17 to W17 in assault movement. In this hex, it suffers an attack from the Soviet stacking at level 1 of W10 with 12 firepower +2, smoke. 3 plus 2, 5. To morale check with the possible activation of the German sniper and the machine guns maintain the rate of fire. 4 plus 2, 6, the leader passes. 4 plus 2, 6, squad 838 passes. 7 plus 2, 11, the second squad has its morale broken. 8 plus 2, 10, the third squad also has its morale broken. 3. The German sniper is not activated. New shot with the rate of fire of the Soviet machine guns with 8 firepower +2, smoke. Double 3, 6 plus 2, 8. The Soviet units undergo covering and will evaluate the effects of this shot on the column of 6 firepower, which is pin test check, and the heavy machine gun maintains the rate of fire. 10. The leader remains pinned. 9. Squad 838 is pinned. The 2 squads with broken morale will not survive the attack because they have broken morale. However, Jim forgot that this attack occurred in an area where the Soviets have the right to level a booby traps, and the result of the dice should be measured, and if the result was 11 or 12, one of the German units to be chosen at random would suffer a casualty reduction. Jim will place a cover arc marker over the heavy machine gun. V14 for U13. U646 requesting the wall advantage. Defensive fire phase. Soviet units on the second level of BB-18 will fire on the German stack at W-17. This fire will be made with 8 firepower, medium machine gun, and the intrinsic firepower of the squad that carries it. The modifier will be -1, Soviet leader. (7-1, 6, 1 morale check, and the machine gun loses its rate of fire. 7 + 1, 8, the leader remains pinned. 7 + 1, 8, the second squad remains pinned. 9 + 1, 10, the second squad has its morale broken again and becomes a half squad. 4. The third squad passes. Advancing fire phase. No actions. Rout phase. German squads with morale broken at W-17 to the hex with stone rubble at W-18. The Soviet squad with morale broken at BB-18 chooses not to move in this phase because it would have to leave the medium machine gun it carries, which has 5 toll points, and therefore should remain in this hex. In addition, this unit is not under any condition that makes it mandatory to move. CC-20 to the lower floor of CC-19. Advance phase. X-19 to X-18. Y-17 to Z-17. X-17 to Y-17. BB-21 to CC-22. Half squad with the flamethrower at BB-22 to CC-22. The second half squad with flamethrowers from BB-22 to BB-21. The rest of the stacking at BB-22 follows the same path. U-13 to the hex with debris at U-12. These units keep the concealment marker because the hexes with debris are considered concealment terrain, Rule O1 of the Red Factory's module rules. V-13 to V-12. T6 to T7. Close combat phase. Since no unit is in a position to recover the concealment marker and there is no close combat, let's move on to the rally phase of the Soviet phase of the fourth turn. Wind change, 6, no wind change. Soviet half-squad rally attempt on W10 with the -1 building modifier. 8-1, 7, the unit does not recover morale. Soviet unit rally attempt on BB-18. The modifiers will be +4, DAIM, -1, building, -1, leader. 8 + 2, 10, the unit does not recover morale and the DAIM marker is removed. Soviet units rally attempt on the middle floor of CC-19. The modifiers will be +4, for the squad under the DAIM marker, -1, leader, -1, building. 6 - 2, 4, the first squad recovers morale. 9 - 2, 7, the half squad recovers morale. 3 + 2, 5, the third unit recovers morale. Since the phase is Soviet, German units on W18 cannot rally autorally and should have the DAIM marker removed. Prep fire phase. The Soviet stack on the upper deck of BB-18 forms a fire group and will fire one on the Germans in Z-17. Before firing this shot, Jim realizes that there is a medium machine gun carried by a squad with broken morale. At this moment he realizes that he made a big mistake, because this unit with broken morale could have made the move in the rout phase of the last turn, leaving the machine gun in this hex. It has 5 carrying points, so that in the rally phase of this turn, the machine gun could be recovered by squad 6 to 8, as long as the result of a die was less than or equal to 5. It is absolutely illegal, but since the proposal in this case is the didactic aspects and Jim feels sorry for the terrible situation of the Soviets, he will perform an illegal action and will move this squad with broken morale to the upper deck of CC-19, hex to which it should have headed in the previous rout phase, and will try to recover the machine gun with squad 6 to 8 on BB-18. 6. The squad does not regain possession of the machine gun. After this digression, let us return to BB-18's attack on the Germans on Z-17. This shot will be fired with 12 firepower and the modifiers will be +2, wooden house, -1, leader. Eight +1, 9, normal morale check, and the machine gun loses its rate of fire. 6. The leader passes and there is a possibility of activating the Soviet sniper. 3. Squad 838 passes. 5. The first squad 467 passes. 9. The second squad 467 has its morale broken. Jim forgot to check the activation of the Soviet sniper and will perform this maneuver later. Movement phase. Once again we will try to protect the Soviet units from German fire in the next defensive phase, and the Soviet forces will be reorganized within the fortification to allow this maneuver to occur in the best possible way. Half squad on the lower floor of CC-19 to the upper floor of this hex. Stacking with squads 6 to 8 and the Soviet leader to the middle floor of this same hex. Squad in CC-20 to the lower floor from CC-19. BB-19 to lower floor of CC-19. W7 to W8, X6 to W7, stacking on upper floor at W10 to upper floor of X9, leader from W10 to lower floor of X9. X10 to Y11 out of line of sight of German forces and does not lose the concealment marker, Rule 812.121. Defensive fire phase. Just for a change, the group with the machine guns at V21 will fire on the Soviets on the intermediate floor of BB-18. The firing will be with 20 firepower reduced by half, 8 firepower, because the targets are covered by the concealment marker, +4, fortification, -2, German leader. 4 + 2, 6, 1 morale check, and the heavy machine gun maintains the rate of fire. 9 + 1, 10, the squad has broken morale. 5 + 1, 6, the half squad passes. At this moment Jim remembers the possible activation of the Soviet sniper that occurred in prep fire phase. 3. Sniper not activated. Firing from German stack X-18 on Soviets on upper deck of BB-18. This shot will be 12 firepower +4, fortification, -2, leader. 6 + 2, 8, 1 morale check and possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 10 + 1, 11, the leader has morale broken. 9 + 1, 10, the first squad has morale broken. 8 + 1, 9, squads 6 to 8 also have morale broken. And again Jim forgets to try to activate the Soviet sniper. Shot from the stack at Z-17 on the Soviets under the concealment marker at BB-17. This shot will be with 12 firepower helped by the concealment of the target, +2, wooden house, -1, leader. 7 + 1, 8, pin test check with concealment markers being removed. 11, the first squad becomes pinned. 7, the second squad passes. Advancing fire phase. Squads at BB-18 and 17 form a fire group and will fire a shot with 16 firepower reduced by half 8, advancing fire, +2, stone house. 8 + 2, 10, unsuccessful. Rout phase. With many units with broken morale in the fortress, the Soviets will try to move around the structure in order to avoid overstacking as much as possible, which will necessarily happen. Let's remember that there is a penalty during movement for hexes that exceed the stacking limits, 3 squads per hex. This penalty occurs with the expenditure of 1 extra movement factor for each equivalent squad, fractions rounded up, above the stacking limit. Leader on the upper floor of BB-18 to the upper floor of CC-19. Leaders have a stacking limit of 4 leaders per hex, so they can move without penalty. The first of the squads on the upper floor of BB-18 descends 1 level via the staircase to the intermediate floor and then to the intermediate floor of CC-19. Squad with broken morale on the intermediate floor of BB-18 moves to the upper floor of this hex via the staircase and then spends 3 movement factors to move to the upper floor of CC-19, as it exceeded the stacking limit by 1 squad equivalent. Last squad on the upper floor of BB-18 descends 1 level via the staircase, 1 movement factor, and moves to CC-19 spending 3 movement factors, for a total of 4 factors, to move to the middle floor of CC-19. German squad on Z-17 to W-18. Advance phase. Half squad on the upper floor of CC-19 to BB-18. Half squad on the middle floor of BB-18 abandons the light machine gun and moves to the upper floor of this hex. Squad 447 from the lower floor of B-18 to the middle floor of this same hex. One of the squads on the lower floor of CC-19 to CC-20. Second squad moves to BB-19. Squad 6 to 8 on the middle floor of CC-19 to intermediate floor of CC-20. Second squad 6 to 8 to the intermediate floor of BB-19. Squad at BB-17 to BB-18. Squad from BB-18 to BB-19. Dummy squad from BB-16 to BB-17. Soviet leader accompanied by 2 squads from X9 to W10. Squad from Y11 to X10. Squad from X9 to X10. Stacking with the machine guns on the intermediate floor from X9 to X10. Close combat phase. The German squad at Y-17 is out of the enemy's line of sight and qualifies for the recovery of concealment. Since it is not in concealment terrain and is less than 17 hexes from the enemy units, it must roll a die, and if the result is less than or equal to 5, this unit will gain the concealment marker. As a modifier we will have +3, which is the specific value of the squad's US hash. To +3, 5, the squad recovers the concealment marker. The Soviet leader at X9 does not qualify to receive the concealment marker, but the German unit at T7 eliminates this possibility. Since there are no more actions, let's end this episode by moving on to the rally phase, Germans' 5th turn. Alright friends, let's wrap up this episode. In this last turn, The German forces once again demonstrate the tremendous power of their firepower, destroying the morale of several Soviet squads inside the fortification, even though they have a modifier factor of +4. With this, the Germans are tightening the siege on the Commissar's house, which is one of the objectives of this battle. We must remember that the objectives of this battle are the Commissar's house and the chemist shop, and to win, the Germans must eliminate almost all the Soviet presence to obtain victory. The Soviets, in turn, need to have at least one squad equivalent in good order in these objectives to win the match. To do this, the Soviets are concentrating considerable forces on these objectives. The ground-level positions within the fortification, which are the gateway to this building, are garrisoned by at least 2 squads. The Germans will only be able to penetrate these hexes if the Soviets have less than 1 squad in good order there, or if they carry out an attack with demolition charges whose result is equivalent to kill in action, causing a breach in these hexes, which is not something to be taken lightly. In addition, the Soviets keep 3 leaders with a -1 modifier inside the fortress in a strategic position out of the line of sight of the approaching enemy, which will allow a certain amount of peace of mind when trying to rally the units with broken morale. A problem for the Soviets is the large concentration of units in a few hexes that can cause overstacking and consequently neutralize part of the advantages provided by the fortification. With 5 German turns left until the end of the battle, a weak point in the German strategy still lies in the northern sector, where the enemy is entrenched in the chemist shop, which despite not having a terrain modifier factor as impressive as the Commissar's house, still has a not insignificant modifier of +3. There are few German units allocated to that area, and we have some doubts regarding the German capacity to neutralize the Soviet forces in the Commissar's house, move their units north to attack and destroy the enemy units in the chemist shop. With these thoughts in mind, we say goodbye and await this 5th round to see how things develop. Hello friends, welcome to the 5th round of this battle that took place between the Germans and the Soviets in early November 1942 in the fight for control of the Commissar's house in Stalingrad. As usual, here are the considerations of the Dear Aisler Castle Calgary 80-78. At 10:37, during the Soviet firing there was a covering, and the dice should be rolled to choose which Soviet unit should suffer the covering penalty. If the unit drawn was the one with the heavy machine gun, it would lose its rate of fire as it would be considered a final fire. If the unit drawn was the light machine gun, the heavy machine gun would maintain its rate of fire. Once again, I thank our colleague for his valuable contribution. And let's go to battle. Rally phase of the German phase of the 5th round. Wind change 8, no change in the wind. Attempted auto-rally by one of the German squads in W18. The modifiers will be +1 auto-rally, -1 building. 3. The German squad recovers morale. Attempt to rally the Soviet squads on the upper floor of CC-90. The modifiers will be -1, leader, -1, building, and +4 for the unit under the DN marker. 7-2, 5, the first squad recovers morale. 7-2, 5, The second squad also recovers morale. 6 plus 2, 8. The Soviet leader recovers morale. 7 plus 2, 9. The third squad does not recover morale. Who knows why Jim considers it as morale being recovered, and the DM marker is removed. Attempt to rally the Soviet units on the middle floor of CC-19. The modifiers will be +4, DM, -1, leader, -1, building. 6 plus 2, 14. The squad does not recover morale and is reduced to half squad. Eight plus 2, 10. The second squad does not recover morale. Attempt to rally the Soviet half squad in W10 with the modifiers -1, building. 4 -1, 3. The half squad recovers morale. Jim removes the marker from the Soviet leader who provided the half squad's rally attempt as he was within line of sight of German units. Half Squad 227 on BB-18 will attempt to regain possession of the medium machine gun, needing 5 or less to take possession. 3. Half Squad regains the machine gun. Half Squad 328 will attempt to regain possession of the second medium machine gun. 2. The machine gun is possessed by the half squad. The squad on the middle floor of BB-18 will also attempt to possess the light machine gun. 3. The squad regains the machine gun. 2 German half squads on BB-21 will regroup and become a squad again 838. Prep fire phase. Half squad with the flamethrower on BB-21 will fire on the Soviet stack on the lower floor of BB-19 with 12 firepower without modifiers. 9. Normal morale check. Double 6. The first Soviet squad breaks above the ELR with its quality reduced from 447 to conscript 426 and is reduced to half squad. 8. The second squad also has its morale broken with an excellent result for the German forces. The second flamethrower at CC-22 will fire on the Soviets on the lower floor at CC-20 with 12 firepower without modifiers. Double 4, 8. The unit covers and the shot will be evaluated in the 6 firepower column, which is pin test check. 6. The Soviet squad passes. The stacking with the machine guns will fire on the Soviet unit on the intermediate floor at BB-19. This shot will be made with 20 firepower plus 4, fortification, -2, German leader. 5 plus 2, 7, to morale check, and the machine guns maintain the rate of fire. 6th May 2nd, 8. The squad is pinned. A new shot with the machine guns firing rate on the same Soviet squad with 16 firepower plus 2. 6 plus 2, 8. 1 morale check. The machine guns lose the rate of fire and there is a possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 4 plus 1, 5. The squad passes. 4. The Soviet sniper is not activated. Movement phase. Squad 838 at CC-22 with a smoke exponent of 5 will attempt to launch a smoke grenade at CC-21 requiring 5 or less for success, spending 2 movement factors. 1. Success and the smoke marker is placed on the hex CC-21. This squad moves to CC-21. In this hex it suffers an attack from the Soviet squad at CC-20 with 6 firepower doubled to 12, point-blank shot. The modifiers will be +2, smoke, -1, FFNAN. 9 +1, 10, pin test check, and the machine gun loses its rate of fire. 3. The German squad passes. Squad 6 to 8 will fire a shot at the German squad with 12 firepower +1. 8 +1, 9, normal morale check. 6. The German squad passes, and there is a possible activation of the Soviet sniper. Jim will not attempt this activation, just for a change. Since the German squad spent 2 movement factors to enter this hex, the Soviet squad can perform the subsequent first fire. This shot will be with 3 firepower doubled to 6, point-blank shot, +1. 9 +1, 10, without success. A 6 residual fire marker is deposited on the attacked hex. The Soviets could perform a final protective fire since the German squad is in an adjacent hex, but they choose not to do so due to the risk of having their morale broken with this action. In the final protective fire, the same dice roll that will be used to attack the enemy also becomes the result to perform a normal morale check for the unit that performs this form of attack. Squad 838 with the smoke exponent of 3 on BB-21 will attempt to deposit a smoke grenade on BB-20 requiring 3 or less for success. 1. Success and the smoke marker is placed on the hex BB-21. German leader 8-1 accompanied by 2 squads 838 carrying demolition charges become CX, as they intend to try to use the demolition charges against the fortress. In this way, they advance to BB-21, spending 3 movement factors, and then to BB-20, using 2 more movement factors with an expenditure of 5 movement factors so far. There are still 3 movement factors left, which will allow the demolition charges to be placed on the fortress if the German units manage to survive the Soviet attack in good order. The Soviets will attack with Squad 6 to 8 pinned with 3 firepower doubled to 6, point-blank shot, with the modifiers of +2, smoke, -1, FFNAN. 10 +1, 11, unsuccessfully. This same Soviet squad will perform a subsequent first fire with 2 firepower +1. 5 +1, 6, pin test check that Jim considers as unsuccessful. The Soviet squad on the lower deck will perform a subsequent first fire on the Germans with 4 firepower, reduced to 2 because it is a subsequent fire and doubled to 4 because it is a point-blank shot. 7 +1, 8, unsuccessfully. The Soviet squad on the upper deck of CC-20, finding no alternatives, will risk performing a final protective fire on the German stack, as the situation is critical, and the risk represented by the proximity of the German stack and the demolition charges is overwhelming. This shot will be made with 6 firepower +1. 3 +1, 4, 2 morale checks. The Soviet squad remains in good order and the German sniper may activate. 9 +2, 11. The German leader has his morale broken with an auspicious start to this attack. 9 +2, 11. The first squad breaks. 8 +2, 10. And the second squad has his morale broken and the Soviets escape in the 11th hour. A2 residual fire marker is deposited on the attacked hex. German Squad 838 from CC-22 to DD-21. This squad will attempt to launch a smoke grenade on DD-20 requiring 5 or less for success. 3. The smoke marker is deposited on hex DD-20. Leader accompanied by Squad 838 move from BB-21 to CC-21 suffering an attack with 6 residual fire -1 FFNA. 10-1 9 unsuccessful. The Soviet squad on the upper floor of CC-19 will attempt a new final protective fire on the German stack. This shot will be fired with 6 firepower +2, smoke -1 FFNA. 11 +1 12. The Soviet squad's morale is broken and the shot is unsuccessful. With this, the German squad manages to place the demolition charge in hex CC-19 which will be detonated in the next advancing fire phase. This charge is deposited on the lower floor of this hex. Jim will leave the marker on the upper floor so as not to forget this charge in the next advancing fire phase. German leader 80 from W17 to W18. Squad 838 from W17 to X16. Squad under the concealment marker from Y17 to X16. Leader 9-1 accompanied by a squad from Z17 to X16. The Germans are already starting to make a move towards the northern sector of the theater of operations. German stack at X18 moves towards Z17 via the hexes X17 and Y17. In hex X17, the Soviet machine guns attack the upper floor of BB18 with 8 firepower +3, stone rubble, -1, FFNA. 4 +2, 6, 1 morale check, and the machine guns maintain their rate of fire. 7 +1, 8, the leader passes. 9-1, 8, the first squad should be pinned, but Jim doesn't consider this. 3-1, 2, the second squad passes. The German stacking continues to hex Z17 where it will suffer an attack from the machine guns that maintained their rate of fire. The Soviet squads from this hex will join this attack with a total of 20 firepower +2, wooden house, -1, FFNA. Three +1, 4, K/4 that is, the Germans will have 1 unit reduced to half squad in the case of the leader elimination. In addition, they will suffer a 4 morale check with the maintenance of the rate of fire of the Soviet machine guns. The third squad is reduced to half squad. This is wrong because this squad did not move and therefore should not suffer this attack. With this error, Jim avoided the elimination of the important German leader and the reduction of one of the squads during the random selection. 4 +4, 8, the German leader, saved by the bell, passes. 5 +2, 7, the first squad passes. 7 +2, 9, the second squad has its morale broken. 10 +2, 12, the half squad breaks. The 8 residual fire marker is deposited on the attacked hex. 2. The minor German sniper is activated. 6. Direction. 3. Range. The hex to be attacked by this sniper is hex BB17, where the units are under the least terrain modifier effect. The randomly chosen unit is dummy, which is eliminated. Squad in R22 becomes CX and moves to BB20 via hex BB21. In this hex it suffers an attack with 2 residual fire -1 FFNair. Double to -1, 3. 1 morale check which Jin considers to be K/1 and the squad becomes half squad. 7 + 1, 8. The half squad is pinned. Squad under the marker from T8 to T9 in assault movement. Defensive fire phase. Firing from the stack with the machine guns in the chemist shop on the German stack in V12. This shot will be made with 16 firepower +2 wooden debris. 9 + 2, 11. Pin test check and the machine guns lose rate of fire. It is important to note that the Soviets have a level C booby trap property throughout the scenario and a level A property within the area surrounded by the green line. Therefore, if the Germans roll a dice result of 12, one of their units will be randomly chosen to have a reduction in manpower, casualty reduction, Rule B 28.9. 7. The leader passes. 3. The first squad passes. 7. The second squad passes. 4. The third squad also passes. Advancing fire phase. Firing from the German stack at Z19 on the Soviets at BB17. Firing will be with 6 firepower, with 5 firepower from the squad's intrinsic firepower, assault fire, and 1 firepower from the light machine gun, advancing fire. The modifiers will be -2, leader, +2, wooden house. 7. Normal morale check. 4. The Soviet squad passes. Firing from the German stack at CC21 on the Soviet squad on the lower floor of CC20. This shot will be with 10 firepower, assault fire, doubled to 20, point blank fire, +4, fortification, -1, leader. 10 + 3, 13, unsuccessful. Shot from the German stack in V12 on the German units, with the machine guns with 12 firepower reduced by half, 6 firepower advancing fire. The modifiers will be +3, stone building, -1, leader. 8 + 2, 10, unsuccessful. Activation of the demolition charge that will attack with a total of 30 firepower +4, fortification. 10 + 4, 14, pin test check. 9. The Soviet squad becomes pinned. This event is extremely significant because as the Soviet squad has become pinned, the German units are now allowed to enter the fortress, which will certainly generate harmful consequences for the Soviet faction. Rule B 23.922. Rout phase. German units with broken morale at V17 resolve to remain in current hex. German units with broken morale at BB20 move to hex with stone rubble at BB21. Soviet squad on middle floor at CC-20 moves initially to the bottom floor of this hex. One movement factor via the staircase of this hex moves to the bottom floor of CC-19, 3 mf, then to the middle floor of this hex, 5 mf. Soviet squad on BB-19 moves to the middle floor of CC-19. Half squad on BB-19 to the bottom floor of CC-19. Advance phase. German stack on CC-21 moves to hex CC-20 in the fortress and engages in close combat with the Soviet squad on this hex. Stacking with hero from CC-22 to CC-21. Squad from DD-21 to CC-21. X-16 to X-15. Squad at W-18 to X-17. Squad from T-8 to T-9. Stacking from U-12 to U-11. Close combat phase. Finally, the long-awaited moment, the Germans managed to penetrate the fortification and will enter into hand-to-hand combat with the defenders of this bastion. Before starting the attack, let's evaluate the possibility of an ambush. The Germans will have the -1 modifier, leader. The Soviets, in turn, will have the +1 modifier, pinned. At this point, Jim evaluates the special rules of the scenario to assess whether the Soviets are entitled to more modifiers. There are no more modifiers on the scenario card. Checking the rules related to the Red Factories module, we see that the Soviet elite and first-class units are stealthy and, therefore, are entitled to the -1 modifier in the ambush, rule RF18. So, the modifiers will be -1 for the Germans, leader, and for the Soviets there will be the -1, stealthy, +1, pinned, modifier. Germans, 5-1, 4. Soviets, 5. There is no ambush. Let's move on to close combat. The Germans choose not to choose hand-to-hand combat because this will give a relative advantage to the Soviets, who are at a clear numerical disadvantage. The German attack will occur with a force of 17 against 4 of the Soviets, with a ratio of 4-1, needing 9 or less to affect the Soviets. The Soviets choose to attack only one of the German squads, with a force of 4 against 8 of the Germans, with a ratio of 1-2, needing 6 or less to affect the Germans. At this point, a doubt arises. At some point Jim read that pinned squads during close combat defend themselves with their usual force and must attack with half their force, in this case, with a force of 2. Researching the rulebook or the Vassal table, nothing corroborates this hypothesis, and Jim chooses to carry out the Soviet attack with 4. Germans, 5, the Soviet squad will be eliminated. Since there was no ambush, the Soviets have the right to carry out their attack. 8. Without success, and the Soviet squad is eliminated, and the Germans put one of their feet inside the fortress. The pin markers are removed, and we go to the rally phase of the Soviet phase of the 5th turn. Wind change, 7, no wind change. attempt to rally Soviet units in CC-19, starting with the units on the middle floor of this hex. The modifiers will be -2, leader, building, for those without the DAIM marker and +2 for the squad under this marker. At this point, the Great Soviet concern begins to be centered on the large number of units inside the fortress. This concern became even greater since the Germans occupied one of the hexes inside this fortress, which is even more problematic because this hex, CC-20, is one of the two hexes that has a staircase, which allows access to the upper floors of this building. The other is hex BB-18, still in Soviet possession. This issue will be the central axis around which all Soviet activities in this sector will revolve. Returning to the rally, starting with the squad with the broken morale of 8 without the DAIM marker. 8-2, 6, this squad recovers the morale. 3-2, 1, the squad with the broken morale of 7 recovers the morale. 4+2, 6, the squad under the DAIM marker also recovers morale. Jim forgot to start this rally phase with the auto rally to which the Soviets are entitled and will perform this action at this time. The chosen squad is the squad with broken morale on the lower floor of this hex. The modifiers will be +4, DAIM, +1, auto rally, -1, building. 7+4, 11, the squad does not recover morale, and the DAIM marker is maintained because this unit is in a hex adjacent to the Germans in CC-20. Let's go to the Germans. The German leader in BB-21 will attempt the auto rally with the modifiers +4, DAIM, +1, auto rally, -1, building. 7+4, 11, the German leader does not recover morale and will not be able to assist the other German units in this hex that will remain with broken morale, and the DAIM marker is eliminated. German rally attempt in Z-17 with the modifiers +4, DAIM, -2, German leader, -1, building. 4+1, 5, the squad recovers morale. 5+1, 6, the half squad recovers morale. German rally attempt at W-18 with the -1, building, modifier. 5-1, 4, the squad recovers morale. 7-1, 6, the half squad recovers morale. German leaders attempt to take possession of the Soviet light machine gun at CC-20 requiring 5 or less to take possession. 4. The leader takes possession of the machine gun. Prep fire phase. As we said before, the Soviets' eyes are focused on the next movement phase and the consequent rout phase that will determine the possibility of the Soviets rallying at the beginning of the next turn. After a detailed analysis of their forces, the Soviets will form a super fire group with the units in Hex BB-18 and Hex BB-17 that will fire on the German stack at Z-17. This firing will be done with 24 firepower +2 wooden building. 5+2, 7, 3 morale check, and the medium machine guns maintain their rate of fire. 6+3, 9, the German leader is pinned, unable to assist in the morale check of the other units in this hex, and there is a possible activation of the Soviet sniper, which Jim, once again, will forget. 5+3, 8, the first squad is pinned. 4+3, 7, The second squad passes. 8 plus 3, 11. The half squad has its morale broken. New shot with the machine gun's rate of fire on this same hex. Shot with 8 firepower plus 2, wooden building. 4 plus 2, 6, 1 morale check, and the machine guns maintain their rate of fire. Starting with squad 838, 7 plus 1, 8, this squad is pinned. Nine plus 1, 10, the German leader has its morale broken. 7 plus 1, 8, the second squad remains pinned. Double 1, the half squad will suffer the effects of the heat of battle and will roll the dice to assess its fate. The modifiers for this action will be -1, the half squad is elite, -1, morale is broken. 9, the half squad recovers morale and becomes berserk. Since the German leader has had his morale broken, the German units in this hex must pass a leader loss test check with the leader's modifier +2, reversed to -2. Jim momentarily forgets about this test and will perform it later. New shot using the machine gun's rate of fire with 8 firepower +2. 6 plus 2, 8, pin test check, and the machine guns maintain their rate of fire. Let's remember that these German units are within the limits of the Green Line, where the Soviets left several level A booby traps. Therefore, although all units in this hex are not normally susceptible to the pin test check, or because they are already with a broken morale, pinned or berserk state, this pin test check will be evaluated because if the result of the dice is greater than or equal to 11, one of these units will be chosen, at random, to suffer casualty reduction. This phase is proving to be complex, and Jim finally remembers the possibility of activating the Soviet sniper. 2. The minor sniper is activated. 2 direction, 4 distance, and the Soviet sniper will attack the Germans at CC-21, where one of these units will be chosen at random. The chosen unit is the half squad that becomes pinned. Since this half squad is fanatical, there is a doubt as to whether the fact that it is a fanatical unit makes it susceptible to becoming pinned. After rereading the rules, the idea is that this unit can indeed become pinned, and this is what happens. Let's go to the +2 leader loss test check. The leader's modifier -2 becomes more 2. These results will only be relevant if they are greater than or equal to 11, when they will activate the booby traps. 5, 8, 9, 7, the booby traps are not activated. Firing from squad 6 to 8 on the intermediate floor of BB-19 on the German squad in the adjacent hex. The firing will be with 6 firepower doubled to 12, point blank firing without modifiers. 6 to morale check. 8 plus 2, 10, the squad's morale is broken. Firing from the Soviet stack at W10 on the German stack at U11 with a total of 8 firepower health, target under the concealment marker, +1, wall advantage. 7 plus 1, 8, unsuccessful. Fire group at X10 on the German stack at V12. The firing will be with 24 firepower plus 2 wooden rubble. 11 plus 2, 13, pin test check. The heavy machine gun loses its rate of fire and the light machine gun becomes non-functioning. The booby traps will be triggered if the dice result is 12, level C booby traps. Unfortunately, Jim does not perform this pin test check. Movement phase. Now is a great moment in which the Soviets will try to move their pieces to provide the possibility of opening spaces so that the Soviet units under the DM marker can move towards the leaders in the next rout phase. These moments need to be meticulously calculated to obtain a positive result. The Soviet squads will be accompanied by the leader 9-1 and will move from the upper floor of hex CC-19 to the upper floor of CC-20 in an assault movement. In this hex they suffer an attack from the German stack in CC-21 with 24 firepower, point-blank fire and the half squad pinned firepower. The modifiers will be -1, hero, +4, fortress. (11 plus 3, 14, without success. Subsequent first fire of German stacking over the same Soviet stacking with 6 firepower plus 3. 7 plus 3, 10, unsuccessfully. Squads on the intermediate floor of CC-19 to the upper floor of this hex. This movement cannot be performed directly because this hex has no staircase. This movement could be performed via the lower floor of BB-18, going up the staircases of this hex to the intermediate floor and then to the final destination in hex CC-19 with a total expenditure of 5 movement factors and, therefore, they should become CX. An alternative would be for the leader to perform this movement with the German leader, which would guarantee that only 2 squads could follow this movement. This stacking would spend 3 movement factors to enter BB-18. There are already 2 squads in this hex and there would be an overstacking of 1 squad, implying an expenditure of 3 movement factors in this movement, for a total expenditure of 6 movement factors to reach the intermediate floor of CC-19. We will use this last alternative and with this, one of the Soviet squads will be CX. Soviet unit at W7 to Y9. In this hex it will suffer an attack from the German squad at T9 with 4 firepower -2, FFMO, FFNAM. 3 -2, 1, kill in action and the dummy marker is eliminated. W8 to X8 in assault movement. In this hex it suffers an illegal subsequent first fire from T9. Subsequent first fire can only happen if the unit being attacked is the one closest to the attacker. This attack will happen with 2 firepower -1, FFMO. 8 -1, 7, unsuccessful. R13 to S14. Defensive fire phase. Firing from the German stack in Z-17 on the Soviet squad in BB-17 with a total of 12 firepower, it can be used since it is in the same location as the other units that will fire. The modifier will be +2, wooden building. 5 +2, 7, 1 morale check. 8 +1, 9, The Soviet squad has its morale broken. Firing from the German stack with the machine guns on the Soviets on the upper floor of BB-18. The firing will be with 20 firepower plus 4, fortification, minus 2, German leader. 9 plus 2, 11, normal morale check, and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. 6. The first half squad passes. 6. The second half squad also passes. Firing from the flamethrower in BB-21 on the Soviets on the upper floor of CC-20. Jim was unsure whether this shot could occur and, apparently, from what I could gather, this shot is valid. It would not be valid if the shot occurred if the elevation of the target was greater than 2 in relation to the attacker, which is not the case. This attack will occur with 12 firepower without modifiers. 8. 1 morale check. 6 plus 1, 7. The leader passes and will assist the squads in the morale check. 8 minus 1, leader, plus 1, 1 NC8. The first squad is pinged. 10. The second squad has its morale broken. Again 10, the third squad also has its morale broken. Germans fire at V12 on the enemy stack with machine guns on the upper floor of X10 with 12 firepower minus 1, leader, plus 3, stone building. 9 plus 2, 11, unsuccessful. Advancing fire phase. Firing from the pinned squad on the upper floor of CC-20 on the Germans in CC-21. The shot will be with 4 firepower reduced by half, 2 due to the squad being pinned, reduced by half again, 1 firepower, by advancing fire, doubled to 2, point blank shot, minus 1, Soviet leader. 3 minus 1, 2, K/1 one of the units should suffer a reduction in personnel and be followed by 1 morale check with possible activation of the German sniper. Unfortunately, Jim is wrong again and considers this shot in the 1 firepower column, which is 1 morale check. 4 plus 1, 5, the hero passes. Double 1, the squad passes and suffers the effect of the heat of battle. The modifier will be minus 1, elite. 9 minus 1, 8. The squad undergoes battle hardening, and as it is already elite and cannot be its highest quality, it becomes fanatical. 3 plus 1, 4. The first half squad passes. 4 plus 1, 5. The second half squad also passes. 1. The major German sniper is activated. 1 direction, 3 range. The hex to be attacked is hex BB-17, where the squad will be reduced to half squad. Rout phase. Soviet squad on the lower floor CC-19 will move to the middle floor of this hex via the lower floor of BB-18, via the staircases to the middle floor of this hex, and from there to the final destination. The half squad with the light machine gun follows the same route. Half squad from BB-17 to the middle floor in CC-19. The Soviet units under the DN marker in CC-20 will remain with the leader 9-1. German squad in BB-20 moves to BB-21 spending 4 movement factors, overstacking. Before moving to the advance phase, Jim reconsiders and will route the German units under the DN marker in CC-20 to the upper floor of CC-19. The first squad will spend 3 MF to make this movement, overstacking of 1 squad equivalent. The second squad follows the same path, spending 4 movement factors, overstacking of 2 equivalent squads. Advance phase. Squads on the upper floor of CC-19 to the upper floor of CC-20. Squad on the lower floor of BB-18 to the middle floor of this hex. Squads on the lower floor of BB-18 to the middle floor of this hex. X8 to X9. S14 to T13. Close combat phase. Huff squad in CC-19 recovers the concealment marker. Some evaluations about other possibilities of gaining the concealment marker are evaluated, and since these prove to be fruitless, we will move on to the 6th turn. Very well friends, after this long episode, and with 4 German turns remaining to end this fight, let's close this episode and make some final considerations. With time becoming increasingly restricted, we see that the German forces are accelerating their advance against the Soviet units. The point worthy of note was the penetration of the fortress at the Commissar's house, where the difficult work of clearing this building should begin. The Germans are also moving units to the northern sector to advance on the second objective, the chemist shop, where there are several Soviet units entrenched. What happens from now on is a bloody fight between the factions, as well as against time, in which the Germans need to eliminate or break the Soviet units while the latter need to make at least one of their units survive the Teutonic storm in good order until the end of the German phase in the 9th turn. Before we enter the rally phase, let's start once again with the invaluable guidance of our dear Aesler at Castlocalgary 80-78. At 1355, after the German demolition charge was positioned in Hex CC-20, the German Squad 838 in CC-21 should suffer an attack by the residual fire deposited in this hex because it made a movement in the hex where the residual fire marker was positioned. This may seem trivial, but it is not true, because if the German squad suffered a pinned or had its morale broken, this charge would not have been positioned, with important implications for the course of the battle. At 34-38, since the dice roll was double 3, one of the German machine guns, to be chosen at random, should suffer the effects of covering, showing that Jim was unable to absorb the previous teachings, because the same type of failure had already been pointed out in a previous turn. Thank you very much once again at Castlocalgary 80-78. Now without further ado, let's go to rally phase of the German phase of the 6th round. Wind change 10, no wind change. German leaders rally attempt at Z17. Modifiers will be +4, DN, +1, auto relay, -1, building. 7 plus 4, 11. Leader does not recover morale. German leaders autorally attempt at BB21 with modifiers of +1, autorally, -1, building. 6 minus 2, 4. Leader recovers morale. First German squad's rally attempt with modifiers of -1, leader, -1, building. 6 minus 2, 4. First squad recovers morale. Second squad's rally attempt with modifier of -2, German leader and building. 4 minus 2, 2. Second squad recovers morale. Third squad's rally attempt with modifiers of +4, DN, -2, leader and building, building. 5 plus 2, 7. The third squad recovers morale with an excellent start to this sixth turn for the Germans. Attempt to rally the Soviet units on the upper floor of CC-19. The modifiers will be +4, DN, -1, Soviet leader, -1, building. 7 plus 2, 9. The first squad does not recover morale. Attempt to rally the second squad with the modifier of +2. 11 plus 2, 13. The second squad does not recover morale. Attempt to rally the Soviet units on the middle floor of CC-19. The modifiers will be -1, leader, -1, building, +4, DN. 4 plus 2, 6. The squad recovers morale. 3 plus 2, 5. The first half squad recovers morale. 7 plus 2, 9. The second half squad does not recover morale. Attempt to recover the functioning of the light machine gun in X10 needing 1 to recover, with the result of 6 to machine gun will be eliminated. 6. The machine gun is eliminated. Prep fire phase. Flamethrower in BB-21 will fire on the Soviets in BB-19 with 12 firepower without modifiers. 8. 1 morale check. 8 plus 1, 9. Squad 6 to 8 has its morale broken. 9 plus 1, 10. The second squad also has its morale broken with another fabulously positive development for the Germans. Firing from the stack with the machine guns in B-21 will fire on the Soviet units with the machine guns on the upper floor of BB-18. Firing will be with a total of 20 firepower plus 4, fortress, -2, leader. 9 plus 2, 11, normal morale check, and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. 7. The first half squad passes. 5. The second half squad also passes. Firing from the two German squads in Z-17 on the Soviets on the upper floor of BB-18. This shot will be fired with 20 firepower plus 4, fortification. The Berserk unit cannot fire in the prep fire phase. 6 plus 4, 10, 1 morale check, and there is a possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 7 plus 1, 8, the first half squad is pinned. 9 plus 1, 10, the second half squad has its morale broken. Attempt to activate the Soviet sniper. 6. No activation. Firing from the German stack at V12. This shot will be fired with a total of 12 firepower plus 1, stone building, -1, German leader. 9 plus 2, 11, unsuccessful. Movement phase. This phase should be opened by the German Berserk half squads, rush at Z-17 towards the fortress. We will do this later. German stack at CC-20 moves, in assault movement, to BB-19. In this hex it will be attacked by a huge fire group formed by the units on the floors above the basal level of the BB-18 hexes, with a total of 10 firepower, pinned machine gun, and the 2 squads on the intermediate floor, and the units on the intermediate floor in CC-19 with 8 more firepower. The 3 firepower of the half squad on the upper floor in CC-19 are not necessary for the final firepower. The total firepower will be 18 firepower, doubled to 36 because the shot is at point blank range plus 4, fortification. 3 plus 4, 7, K/4 that is, one of the German units will be reduced by casualties, or eliminated in the case of the leader, which will be followed by 4 morale checks. There is also the possibility of activating the German sniper, and the machine guns maintain their rate of fire. Squad 838 is chosen randomly, and is reduced to half squad. (10 plus 4, 14), the German leader's morale is broken above the ELR and should be reduced to 8-1. This will be considered at the beginning of the Soviet phase. 9 plus 4, 13, the squad's morale is broken above the ELR. In this case, the German unit will not have its quality reduced because it does not suffer the effects of the ELR underlined dash under the morale value. 3 plus 4, 7, the half squad passes. The German units in this hex should undergo, after the morale check, a leader loss test check, which becomes more important due to the possibility of activating a booby trap. Unfortunately, Jim did not perform these actions. 2. The German minor sniper is activated. 2 direction, 4 distance. There is a possibility for the sniper to attack the Soviet stacks at CC-19 and BB-18, both 5 hexes away. Jim chooses the stacks at CC-19. One of these stacks will be chosen randomly. The chosen stack is the one on the upper floor of CC-19. The chosen unit is the Soviet leader who becomes wounded. The wounded leader has his quality and modifier reduced. In this case, the leader should become 7-0. In addition, a die roll is required to assess the severity of the wound. 1. The leader passes the assessment of the severity of the wound. Jim does not perform the so-called leader loss test check, which could have been done by half squad 328 in this location who did not fire or move in this phase. But let's move on. The Soviet units on the middle floor of BB-19 again receive the DN marker for the presence of the German half squad on the lower floor of this hex. German Squad 838 from CC-21 to CC-20. In this hex, it will attempt to deposit a smoke grenade on the middle floor of this hex, requiring 5 or less for success and using 2 movement factors for this action. 6. Unsuccessful. German stacking with leader 8-1 in CC-21 moves to CC-20. German Squad 838 with the smoke exponent at BB-21 will attempt to launch a smoke grenade at BB-20, requiring 5 or less for success. 3. The smoke marker is placed on hex BB-20. This squad moves to BB-20. In this hex, it will suffer an attack from the Soviet squads without the CX marker under the direction of leader 9-1 in CC-20. This shot will be made with a total of 10 firepower doubled to 20 point-blank shot. The modifiers will be -1, Soviet leader, +2, smoke. 11 + 1, 12, pin test check. Before rolling the dice, let's remember that if the result is greater than or equal to 11, the Soviets class a booby trap will be triggered. 10. The German squad becomes pinned, and a marker of 8 residual fire is deposited on the attacked hex. At this moment, Jim remembers the Berserk half squad in Z-17 that should have moved at the beginning of this movement phase. Z-17 to A-18. In this hex, the Soviet medium machine gun on the upper floor of BB-18 attacks. This shot will be fired with a total of 2 firepower from the medium machine gun, pinned machine gun that had maintained the rate of fire in the previous shot. There will be 2 firepower doubled to 4, point-blank shot, -2, FFMO and FFNA. 6 -2, 4, 1 morale check, and the machine gun maintains the rate of fire. 9 + 1, 10. Let's remember, Berserk squads have a morale boost to 10, and are not subject to pinned, except in some special situations that do not apply in this case. Therefore, this half squad is not affected by this shot. This same half squad will now be subjected to a subsequent first fire from the squads on the intermediate floor at BB-18 with 8 firepower reduced to 4, subsequent first fire, doubled again to 8, point-blank shot, and the modifier will be -2, FFMO, FFNA. 11. Without success, and the half squad can proceed to the lower floor of BB-18 and then to the intermediate floor of BB-18. In this hex, he suffers a final protective fire from the German squads with a total of 8 firepower, reduced to 4, final protective fire, raised to 12, point-blank shot tripled because it is a shot fired from the same hex. The modifiers will be +3, stone building, -1, FFNA. 7 + 2, 9, normal morale check, and the Soviet squad 447 becomes pinned, final protective fire. Jim does not carry out this attack with normal morale fire, and these units enter close combat. German stack consisting of 2 squads, and the leader 8-1 from BB-21 to A-20 where Jim evaluates the possibility of attacking this stack from the medium machine gun on the upper floor of BB-18. However, this machine gun has already fired a previous shot, and its arc of fire is directed towards hexes A-19, A-18, and this shot cannot occur, and the stack continues to BB-19. From this hex, a demolition charge is placed on the middle floor of this hex. Stacking with leader 8-0 from W-18 to Z-19. Stacking with leader 9-1 from X-15 to X-12. Squad from X-16 to X-14. T9 to T10 in assault movement. In this hex, the Soviets attack at W10 with 8 firepower +1, wall advantage. 8 + 1, 9, Pin test check. 5. The squad passes. Defensive fire phase. Firing by Soviet units at X10 on the Germans at V12. At this point, Jim makes another mistake because he adds the 2 firepower of the Huff squad at W10 to the 22 firepower of the units at X10. This is illegal because the units at W10 had already fired a shot in the previous phase on the Germans at T10 and could not be included in another fire group to attack other enemy units. Anyway, this shot is fired with 24 firepower, using the 2 firepowers of the Huff squad at W10. The modifier will be 2 more wooden debris. 8 plus 2, 10, 1 morale checked, and the heavy machine gun maintains the rate of fire. 6 plus 1, 7, the leader passes, and there is a possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 9. The first squad breaks. 8. The second squad also has its morale broken. 10. The third squad also breaks. 4. The Soviet sniper is not activated. Shot on the same German stack using the rate of fire of the heavy machine gun with 6 firepower plus 1. Wall advantage. 4. The machine gun suffers covering and loses the rate of fire and is a failure. Advancing fire phase. Illegal shot from the German stack on the lower floor or from CC-20 on the Soviet stack on the upper floor of this same hex. This shot is illegal because the Soviet units are not in hex adjacent to the Germans inside the building. The shot will be with 8 firepower and the modifiers will be -1, hero, +3, stone building. Either way it is a failure with the result of 8. A shot, now legal, from the German stack on the lower floor of BB-19 on the Soviets on the middle floor of this same hex. The shot will be with a total of 11.5 firepower doubled to 20 firepower, point blank shot, -1, leader, +3, stone building. After considering it, Jim chooses not to make this shot. He certainly forgot the point-blank shot modifier. Rout phase. The German units with broken morale in BB-20 do not need to move because they are in concealment terrain and the enemy units in the adjacent location, middle floor of this hex, are not in good order. The Germans in V12 will remain in the rubble hex. At this moment Jim remembers the charge of German demolition in BB-19 that should have been activated in the previous phase. This attack will be with 30 firepower +3, stone building. 10 +3, 13, which would be a normal morale check since Jim considered the TEM as if it were a fortress, but this seems to only apply in cases where the attack originates from external hexes. In the case of demolition charges, this is only valid for the attempt to create an opening in the fortress. Since the fortress TEM was considered, it would be a pin test check, which would have no effect on Soviet units that already have broken morale. Soviet units with broken morale on the intermediate floor of BB-19 should be eliminated in the quarter in action, since this hex does not have a staircase, and these units could not move to the upper floor of this hex. It is not possible to move to the intermediate floor of BB-18 because there is no connection between the wings of these two buildings. It may be possible to move to the intermediate floor of CC-20 because although there are German units on the lower floor, This fact was unknown to the Soviets until they made this move, and then these units would move to the upper floor of this hex, paying to extra movement factors to penetrate this location, overstacking of 2 squads. Jim ends up using this alternative. Advance phase. German stacking in CC-20 to the intermediate floor of this hex via the staircase. Illegal movement with the German stacking on the lower floor of BB-19 to the intermediate floor of this hex, which is not possible, because this hex has no staircase and therefore no access to the upper floors. This stacking will be moved to the lower floor of BB-18 in due time. Squads from Z-17 to A-17 under the shell hole. V-20 to V-20, these units could move to W-21 and remain under a shell hole. T-10 to U-11. X-14 to X-13. Z-19 to A-20 under the shell hole marker. Close combat phase. The units on the middle floor of BB-18 will resolve the close combat. Initially, we will evaluate the possibility of an ambush. At this point, Jim remembers that the Berserk half squad could have fired on the German units in this hex in the advancing fire phase. Patience. The German unit is Berserk with a +1 ambush modifier and is considered lax, +1 ambush modifier, Rule A11.18, with a +2 modifier. The Soviets have -1, stealthy, and +1, one of the pinned units. Germans 3 + 2, 5. Soviets 6. No ambush. The Germans will attack one of the Soviet units with a force of 3 against the Soviets 4, with a ratio of 1 to 2 requiring 6 or less to affect the Soviets, hand-to-hand combat. The Soviets will attack with a force of 8 firepower against the Germans 3. A ratio of 2 to 1 requiring at least 9 to eliminate the German half squad. Germans 5, the Soviet squad will be eliminated. 5, the German half squad is eliminated. Since there is no more action, the pin markers are removed and let's move on to rally phase of the Soviet phase of the 6th turn. Wind change 3. No wind change. Attempt to rally Soviet units on the upper floor of CC-19. Before making these rally attempts, we will modify the leader 8-1 to 70 because he is wounded. This should have been done at the time of the wound. The modifiers will be -1, building, +4, for units under the DN marker. 9-1, 8, the first squad recovers Maran. 7-1, 6, the second squad recovers Maran. 6 + 3, 9, the half squad does not recover Maran. Attempt to rally the half squad on the middle floor of CC-19 with the modifiers -1, leader, -1, building. 9-2, 7, the half squad does not recover Maran. Attempt to rally Soviet units on the upper floor of CC-20. The modifiers will be -1, leader, -1, building, +4, DN. 3 + 2, 5, first squad passes. 4 + 2, 6, Second squad recovers morale. German leader attempts auto rally in Z-17 with modifiers of +1, auto rally, -1, building. 6. Leader recovers morale. German leader attempts auto rally in BB-19 with modifiers of +1, auto rally, +4, de-aim, -1, building. 8 + 4, 12. Leader does not recover morale. German units attempt rally in B-12 with modifiers of +4, de-aim, -1, leader, -1, building. 6 + 2, 8. First squad does not recover morale. 10 + 2, 12. Second squad does not recover morale. 5 + 2, 7. Third squad recovers morale. Prep fire phase. 3 squads on the upper floor of CC-20, accompanied by the leader 9-1. They will fire on the Germans on the middle floor of this hex. This shot will be fired with 16 firepower doubled to 32 point-blank shot, with the modifiers of +3, stone building, -1, leader. Jim forgets the penalty involved with overstacking, which would be +1 for each squad that exceeds the limit of 3 squads per hex, which would add more to this shot. Anyway, 11 + 2, 13, normal morale check. 4. The hero passes. 7. The squad passes. 12. The first half squad is eliminated. The normal morale check of the second half squad is missing. Soviet units in X-10 and W-10 form a fire group and will fire on the German units in U-11. This shot will be fired with a total of 16 firepower for the units under the concealment marker and 32 firepower on the others, +1, wall advantage. 6 + 1, 7. The units lose the concealment marker and will perform 2 morale checks, while the others will suffer 4 morale check, and the heavy machine gun maintains its rate of fire. 7 + 2, 9. The German leader's morale is broken. 4 + 2, 6. The first squad passes. 3 + 4, 7. The second squad is pinned. Firing using the heavy machine gun's rate of fire with 6 firepower +1, wall advantage. 5 + 1, 6. 1 morale check, and the machine gun maintains the rate of fire. 8 + 1, 9. The first squad's morale is broken. 5 + 1, 6. The second squad passes. 6 + 1, 7. The leader passes, and there is a possible activation of the Soviet sniper. Since the German leader is broken, the units must undergo a normal test check to assess whether the Soviet booby traps will be activated. 6, 3. The booby traps are not activated. 4. The Soviet sniper is not activated. Firing with the Soviet medium machine gun in BB-18 on the Germans in A-17 with 4 firepower doubled to 8 firepower, point-blank shot, +1, shell hole. 9 + 1, 10, unsuccessfully, and the machine gun loses its rate of fire. Movement phase. Soviet squad on the intermediate floor of BB-18 to the upper floor of this hex. In the new hex they will try to regain possession of the medium machine gun, needing 5 or less for success. 1. The machine gun is recovered. one of the squads 458 and half squad 328 accompanied by the wounded leader on the upper floor of CC-19 moved to the upper floor of BB-18 avoiding overstacking. In this hex they suffer an attack from the stacking with the German machine guns with 20 firepower plus 4, fortification, -2, leader. 4 plus 2, 6, 3 morale check, and the heavy machine gun maintains the rate of fire. 7 plus 3, 10, the half squad breaks. 3 plus 3, 6, the squad passes, and there is a possible activation of the German sniper. Five, the German sniper is not activated. Firing with the rate of fire of the heavy machine gun with 6 firepower plus 2. 7 plus 2, 9, without success. Both squads that did not fire during the prep fire phase on the upper floor of CC-20 moved to the upper floor of CC-19 ending the overstacking. Defensive fire phase. Flamethrower fires at BB-21 on the Soviets at CC-20 with 12 firepower without modifiers. 8. 1 morale check. 4. The leader passes. 8. The first squad is pinned. 9. The second squad has its morale broken. 10. The third squad has its morale broken. Fire from the German stack on the middle floor in CC-20 on the Soviet stack on the upper floor. Fire will be with 12 firepower doubled to 24, point blank shot, plus 3, stone building, -1, hero modifier. 6 plus 2, 8, 2 morale checks, and there is a possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 3 plus 2, 5, the leader passes, and there is a possible activation of the German sniper. 6 plus 2, 8, the first squad remains pinned. 7 plus 1, 8, the second squad is not affected. 7 plus 1, 8, the third squad is also not affected. 5. The Soviet sniper is not affected. Jim does not check the activation of the German sniper. Firing from the German squads on the shell hole in A-17 on the Soviet stack on the upper floor of BB-18. This firing is done with 22 firepower plus 4, fortress. 3 plus 4, 7, 2 morale check, and the machine guns lose their rate of fire. 12. The first squad has its morale broken above the ELR, having its quality reduced to 447 and becomes a half squad. 9 plus 2, 11. The second squad has its morale broken. 7 plus 2, 9. The half squad has its morale broken. 7 plus 2, 9. The second half squad breaks again and is eliminated. This was an exceptional firing for the Germans that practically destroyed the Soviet defensive position in BB-18. Firing from V-12 on the units at level 1 of the building in X-10 with 4 firepower plus 3, stone building, -1, German leader. 3 plus 2, 5, 1 morale check. 6 plus 1, 7, the first squad passes. 8 plus 1, 9, the squad with the heavy machine gun has its morale broken with another fantastic result for the German faction. Advancing fire phase. Shooting from the Soviet fire group in CC-19 on the German stack on the lower floor of BB-18. This shot will be made with 22 firepower plus 3, stone building. 10 plus 3, 13, without success. Rout phase. Now is the time for chess, as there are several Soviet units under the DN marker and there are few possible routes. Let's start with the two squads under the DN marker on the upper floor of CC-20 that will move to the upper floor of CC-19, implying overstacking. The first stack will spend 3 movement factors to enter this hex, 1 more movement factor for the overstacking of 1 squad. The second squad will make this move spending 4 movement factors, 2 more movement factors for the overstacking of 2 equivalent squads, fractions rounded up. One of the squads under the DN marker in BB-18 will also go into overstacking, spending 5 movement factors to enter the hex CC-19. Another half squad with broken morale in BB-18 to hex CC-19, spending 6 movement factors. Illegal movement of the half squad on the middle floor of CC-19 to the upper floor of this hex. To perform this movement, it would be necessary to use 7 movement factors, and the units that perform the route only have 6 movement factors. An alternative for this half squad would be to move to the upper floor of hex BB-19. Jim will correct this error next turn. The other half squad in BB-18 will remain in this hex, which is legitimate. Squad with broken morale in X10 moves to W10 via hex X9 using 6 movement factors, overstacking of 1 equivalent squad. German units in hex U11 to V12 spending 6 movement factors, 1 more movement factor relative to overstacking of 1 equivalent squad. Advance phase. 2 squads in CC-19 move to BB-18. Half squad in CC-19 to the lower floor of this hex, causing German units with broken morale in adjacent location BB-19 to receive the DN marker again. Before this phase ends, the wounded Soviet leader 70 should have moved to hex BB-18. This will be corrected at the beginning of the next turn. Close combat phase. The pin markers are removed, and we go to the 7th turn. Alright friends, let's end this turn. With only 3 German turns left until the end of the battle, both factions are in a critical situation. Regarding casualties, the Germans have lost a total of 16 casualties victory points with the elimination of 4 squads and 1 half squad. The Soviets have already lost 23 casualties victory points with the elimination of 6 squads, 3 half squads and 1 hero. The German units end this 6th turn with their strength practically intact, except for those units with broken morale and under the DN marker in BB-19 and V12. It is worth remembering that these units are with leaders who will be able to help restore morale in the next rally phase. Despite this, time is running out quickly, and there are still strong doubts about their ability to eliminate the enemy in the proposed objectives. The situation is especially critical in chemist shop where the German units are not even close to invading this objective. The Soviets, despite the huge number of units, with broken morale and under the DM marker, have the support of leaders who can perhaps reverse the situation a little in the Commissar's house.
The level of detail in this game is impressive, where every move has implications and is governed by rules that tend to overwhelm even those with the strongest obsessive traits. With that said, and before we enter the rally phase of the 7th turn, we will present the invaluable notes of our dear Asler at Castle Calgary 8278. The first note occurs at 8:34, where Jim fires a shot from the Soviet units on the intermediate level of BB-18 on the German units on the lower level of BB-19. In this specific case, this shot is legal, and at Castle Calgary 8278 defense, it is not possible to see the terrain characteristics, which makes this analysis difficult. At 12:57, the wounded leader's DRM should be 0, which Jim did not consider. Another note is that, excluding factories, any shot on a fortification hex must count on the fortification modifier, even if this shot occurs inside this fortification. 2400 hours 18 There should not be a roll to assess the possibility of an ambush because the German Berserk unit entered this hex and did so in the movement phase and not in the advance phase. The wall advantage has a modifier of +2 and not +1, as Jim applied. At 37:34 the units on the upper floor of CC-19 do not have vision and cannot fire on the enemy on the first level of BB-18. At 38:38 the Soviet units could not move from BB-18 to CC-19 in the rout phase, which is not legal because they are moving towards the German units in CC-20, to which there was line of sight before the movement. Phew, after reviewing Jim's countless mistakes and, once again, I personally thank the attention and time spent by Dear at Castle Calgary 8278. Rally phase German 7th turn. Wind change, 7, no wind change. German units attempt to rally in BB-19 with the leader's auto-rally. The modifiers will be +1, auto-rally, +4, DM, -1, building. 8 + 3, 11, the leader does not recover morale and will not be able to help the other units in this hex to attempt the rally. Jim could have started this rally phase with the auto-rally attempt to which he is entitled by the German unit in this same hex. The DM marker remains, as there is a Soviet half-squad at ground level in CC-19. German units attempt to rally in V12. The modifiers will be -1, building, -1, German leader, and +4 for the units under the DM marker. 7 - 2, 5, the first squad recovers morale. 7 - 2, 5, the second squad recovers morale. 11 + 2, 13, the German leader does not recover morale. 7 + 2, 9, the squad under the DM marker does not recover morale. Soviet unit rally attempt at W10. The modifiers are -1, building, +4, DM. 7 + 3, 10, the half squad does not recover morale, and the DM marker is removed. Soviet unit rally attempt at the upper floor of CC-19. The modifiers will be -1, leader, -1, building, and +4 for the units under the DM marker. 9 - 2, 7, the half squad does not recover morale. 6 + 2, 8, the first squad recovers morale. 8 plus 2, 10, the second squad does not recover morale. 8 plus 2, 10, the third squad does not recover morale. 10 plus 2, 12, the half squad does not recover morale, and the DM marker is removed as there is no enemy unit in adjacent hex. Rally attempt Soviet squad in BB-18 with the modifiers -1, building, +4, DM. 7 plus 3, 10, the half squad does not regain morale, and the DM marker is removed. Soviet squads in BB-18 will attempt to regain possession of the medium machine guns in this hex, requiring a roll of 5 or less to succeed. 6. The first squad does not regain possession. 2. The second squad regains possession of one of the machine guns. The wounded leader will attempt to regain possession of the light machine gun. 4. The leader regains possession of the machine gun. The Soviet squad in X-10 will also attempt to regain possession of the medium machine gun. 2. The squad regains possession. Prep fire phase. Flamethrower fire in BB-21 on the Soviet squad on the upper floor of CC-20 with 12 firepower without modifiers. 8. 1 morale check. 8 plus 1, 9, the squad breaks morale. Movement phase. German squad from BB-20 to BB-19. In this hex suffers an attack from the Soviet half squad in CC-19. This shot will be made with 2 firepower doubled to 4, point blank shot, -1, FF&AM, +4, fortification. 3 plus 3, 6, normal morale check and possible activation of the German sniper's morale. 3, the squad passes, and the 2 residual fire marker is deposited on this hex, and the German unit can move to the intermediate floor of this hex. In this position it suffers an attack from the Soviet units in CC-19. This shot will be made with 6 firepower doubled to 12, point blank shot, with the modifiers of -1, FF&AM, -1, Soviet leader, +4, fortification. 2 plus 2, 4, 3 morale check, and the machine gun maintains the rate of fire. Here Jim commits an atrocity against the Germans because he does not consider the fortress modifier, +4, considering the stone building modifier, +3. With this the result is K/3, with squad reduction to half squad, which must undergo a 3 morale check afterwards. 5 plus 3, 8, the half squad becomes pinned. The 6 residual fire marker is placed on the attacked hex. And Jim again forgets to try to activate the German sniper. Attempt to place a smoke grenade from German squad 838 with smoke exponent of 5 in BB-18 on the intermediate floor of this same hex. 2. The smoke is launched successfully. This stack moves to the intermediate floor. In this hex it suffers an attack from the Soviet stack on the upper floor of this hex from squads 458 and the medium machine gun with a total of 12 firepower doubled to 24, point blank shot. The modifiers will be +2, smoke, and +3, stonehouse, -1, FF&AM. Once again Jim does not use the +4 modifier of the fortification, as pointed out by at Castle Calgary 8278. 9 plus 4, 13, pin test check, and the machine gun loses rate of fire. Four, the leader passes. 3, the half squad passes. 8, the first squad passes. 12, the second squad is pinned and activates the Soviet trap, and one of the German units, to be chosen at random, must suffer a casualty reduction. The first squad 838 is chosen and becomes half squad. Stacking under the shell hole at AA-20 moves to the lower deck of CC-20. In this hex it suffers a subsequent first fire from the Soviet half squad on the lower deck of CC-19 with 1 firepower doubled to 2, point-blank fire, -1, FF&AM, +4, fortification. 7 + 3, 10, without success. The 1 residual fire marker is deposited on the hex. One of the Soviet squads under the shell hole at AA-17 moves to BB-17 in assault movement. In this hex it suffers an attack from the Soviet units on the upper deck of BB-18 with a subsequent first fire from units 448, 8 firepower reduced to 4, subsequent first fire, and 2 firepower of the light machine gun carried by the leader 70. A total of 6 firepower doubled to 12, point-blank shot, +2, wooden building. 7 + 2, 9, normal morale check and the machine gun maintains the rate of fire. 9, the squad's morale is broken. The second squad in hex AA-17 to AA-18. In this hex will suffer an attack with the rate of fire of the light machine gun with 2 firepower doubled to 4, point blank, with the modifier of -2, FFMO and FF&AM. 7 - 2, 5, 1 morale check and the machine gun loses the rate of fire. 8 + 1, 9, the squad's morale is broken. Stacking with the machine guns from V20 to W18. German Squad 838 in X12 will attempt to launch a smoke grenade on Hex X11 needing 3 or less for success, spending 2 factors movement for both. 2. Success. The same squad moves to Y12. In this hex it suffers an attack from the unit with the heavy machine gun on the middle floor of X10 with a total of 8 firepower plus 2, smoke at X11, -1, FF&AM. 5 + 1, 6, 1 morale check and the machine gun maintains the rate of fire. 2 + 1, 3, the squad passes and will suffer the effects of the heat of battle. The modifier will be -1, the German unit is elite. 7 - 1, 6, this unit becomes fanatic and a German hero is created. Squad under the concealment marker from X12 to X11 in assault movement. In this hex it suffers a subsequent first fire from the Soviet squad on the upper floor of X10 with 2 firepower from the squad and 6 firepower from the heavy machine gun, rate of fire, with a total of 8 firepower doubled to 16, point blank range, divided in half, concealment marker, +2, smoke, +2, wooden building. 7 + 4, 11, unsuccessful and machine gun loses rate of fire. Squad from X13 to X12. Leader 9 - 1 with the squad moves from X12 to under the shell hole at Y13, 2 movement factors, then to Z11 and Z12. In this hex he is fired upon by the Soviet squads on the lower floor of X10 with 8 firepower -1, FF&AM, +1, debris. 5, 2 morale check.
5 + 2, 7, leader passe.
7 + 1, 8, leader's modifier was used. The unit should have morale broken, but Jim only considers it pinned. U11 to V10 in assault movement. In this hex he will be attacked by one of squads 447 and the half squad at W10 with 6 firepower doubled to 12, point-blank shot, and the -1 modifier, FFMO. 5 - 1, 4, 3 morale check. 9 + 3, 12, the German squad breaks above the ELR, becoming a conscript squad. 436. Squad from V12 to W12 is fired upon by Soviet Unit 447 at W10, which has not yet fired. This shot does not seem legal to me because the units in this hex had already formed a fire group and attacked the German unit at V10, therefore this Soviet squad should have carried out this attack together with the fire group. Therefore, it would be carrying out, at this moment, a subsequent first fire and could not attack the German unit at W12 because there are other enemy units closer. In any case, this shot will be carried out with 4 firepower -2, FFMO, FFNAM. 10 - 2, 8, without success. This same unit carries out an illegal subsequent first fire with 2 firepower -2, FFMO, FFNAM. 11 - 2, 9, unsuccessful. The German squad moves to X11 where it will suffer an attack with 4 residual fire -1, FFNAM, +2, wooden house. 7 + 1, 8, unsuccessful. 2 squads of V12 for X12. Defensive fire phase. Fire from the Soviet stack in CC-19 on the German half squad on the middle floor of BB-19 with 12 firepower doubled to 24, point-blank shot, +4, fortification, -1, leader. 10 + 3, 13, pin test check. Since the half squad is already pinned and suffers no additional effects, the Soviet squad on the middle floor of CC-19 makes a subsequent final fire on the German half squad in the adjacent hex. This attack will be made with 4 firepower, 2 firepower from the squad's subsequent final fire and 2 firepower from the machine gun using the rate of fire, doubled to 8, point blank, +4, fortification. Jim uses the -1 modifier from the Soviet leader. 7 + 3, 10, unsuccessful with the machine gun, he loses the rate of fire. Subsequent final fire by Soviet units at X10 on Germans at X11 with 4 firepower doubled to 8, point blank range, for the unit without the concealment marker and 4 firepower for the German unit under the concealment marker. The modifier will be +2, wooden building. Double 1 + 2, 4, Soviet units cower, and the fire will be evaluated in the columns of 6 firepower for the first squad and 2 firepower for the German squad under the concealment marker. The first squad will suffer a 2 morale check. 2 + 2, 4, the squad passes and will suffer the effects of the heat of battle, without modifiers. 11, the German unit becomes berserk. The squad under the concealment marker will suffer 1 morale check and lose the concealment marker. 5 + 1, 6, the squad passes. Soviet units at W10 will perform a subsequent first fire on the Germans in the adjacent hex with 6 firepower halved, subsequent final fire, doubled again, point blank, without modifiers. 8, unsuccessful. Advancing fire phase. Jim thinks about making an attack from the machine guns against the Soviets at W10. However, these units have moved in this phase and the medium and heavy machine guns cannot make this attack at this time. The German units at X11, Y12 and Z11 form a fire group and will fire on the Soviets on the lower floor of X10. This shot will be made with 12 firepower. Jim considers that the Berserk unit could not make this shot, which is wrong. The modifier will be -1, hero, +3, stone building. 3 + 2, 5, 2 morale check. 7 + 2, 9, the first squad has its morale broken. 12 + 2, 14, the second squad suffers a reduction due to casualties becoming half squad and has its morale broken above the ELR, becoming conscript with an excellent result for the forces German. Firing from the German units on the middle floor of BB-18 on the Soviets on the upper floor of this hex. This firing will be done with 4 firepower doubled to 8, point blank, +4, fortification, -1, leader. 12 + 3, 15, unsuccessful. Firing from the Germans on the middle floor of CC-20 on the Soviets on the middle floor of CC-19. This attack will be done with 6 firepower doubled to 12, point blank, -1, hero, +4, fortification. Double 5 + 3, 13, unsuccessful. It is important to remember that the fanatic units and the hero do not suffer the effects of cowering. Firing from the German units on the lower floor of CC-20 on the Soviet half squad in CC-18 with 6 firepower +4. Double 2 + 4, 8, would be a pin test check, but Jim does not use the +4 modifier of the fortification. He uses the most 3 stone building, and causes a normal morale check. 8, half squad breaks. Route phase. AA-18 to Z-17. BB-17 to Z-17 via under shell hole in AA-17. V-10 to V-12 via shell hole in V-11. Soviet units under DM marker at X-10 to X-9. Soviet unit under DM marker at CC-20 to upper floor of CC-19, spending 4 movement factors by overstacking 2 squads. The Soviet half squad on the upper deck of BB-19 has no legal route and should be eliminated. Half squad on the lower deck of CC-18 to DD-18 in low crawl. Advance phase. German stack on the middle deck of CC-20 drop the demolition charges and move to the middle deck of CC-19, entering close combat. Jim replaces the DM marker on the Soviet units with broken morale on the upper deck of CC-19, which is incorrect since the German units in the adjacent hex are in close combat. If the German units eliminate the Soviet units on the middle deck of CC-19, these DM markers can be placed on the Soviet units. 2 half squads on the middle deck of BB-18 to the upper deck, entering close combat. The Germans, attackers, have the prerogative to request hand-to-hand combat. Stack on the lower deck of CC-20 to the middle deck. The German leader 8-0 should having moved to hex BB-19, where it could help recover the morale of the units in that hex. Y12 to Y11. German squad in X11 to X10, the Berserk unit cannot move in the advance phase. 2 squads from X12 to X11. BB-21 to CC-21. W18 to W17. Close combat phase. Starting with the units in hand-to-hand combat in BB18, we will evaluate the possibility of an ambush. The Germans will have no modifiers. The Soviets will have a modifier of -1, stealthy, +1, unit with broken morale. Germans 3, Soviets 4, no ambush. The Germans will attack with a force of 6 against the Soviet unit with broken morale and the squad carrying the medium machine gun that will defend itself with a force of 6, a ratio of 1 to 1. The modifier will be -2 because the Soviets have one of the units with broken morale and the Germans will need 9 or less to affect the Soviets' hand-to-hand combat. The Soviets will attack with a force of 9 against 6 of the Germans, with a ratio of 3 to 2, needing 8 or less to affect the Germans. Germans 4, the attacked Soviet units are eliminated. Soviets 3, the German half squads are also eliminated. Let's now look at the units in Hex CC19. Let's analyze the ambush. The Germans will have no modifiers. The Soviets will have the modifier of -1, leader, -1, stealthy. Germans 3, Soviets 1 -2, -1, the Soviets carry out an ambush. The Soviets will attack the hero and the German half squad with a force of 5 against 4 of the Germans with a ratio of 1 to 1 with the modifier of -1, ambush, -1, leader, needing 7 or less to affect the Germans. 8 -2, 6, the hero and the German half squad are not eliminated. The Germans will attack with 12 against the Soviets 5, a ratio of 2 to 1 with the modifiers of +1, ambush, -1, hero, needing 7 or less to affect the Soviets. 8, the Soviets are not affected, and the units enter melee. As these units are in melee, the Soviet units that were under the DM marker must return to the previous non-DM situation to be corrected in the next rally phase. With the end of this phase, we will remove the pin markers and move on to the rally phase of the Soviet phase of the 7th turn. Wind change, 6, no wind change. Attempt to auto-rally by the Soviet unit in DD18 with the modifiers +4, DM, +1, auto-rally. 6 + 5, 11, unsuccessful and the DM marker is removed. Attempt to rally by the Soviet units on the upper floor of CC19 with the modifiers -1, leader, -1, building, +4 for the units under the DM marker. 7 -2, 5, the first squad passes. 11 -2, 9, the second squad does not recover morale. 7 -2, 5, the first half squad recovers morale. 7 -2, 5, the second half squad recovers morale. 6 + 2, 8, the third squad recovers morale. 11 + 2, 13, the third half squad does not recover morale. The DM marker is removed from the stack. Attempt to rally by the Soviet units on the upper floor of CC19 with the modifiers -1, leader, -1, building, +4 for the units under the DM marker. 7 + 3, 10, the squad does not recover morale. 1, the half squad suffers the effects of the heat of battle and recovers morale. The modifier for the heat of battle will be +2, Soviets, +1, unit with broken morale. 11 + 3, 14, and the Soviet unit must surrender if there is an enemy unit in good order in an adjacent hex. Since there is no enemy unit in an adjacent hex, this unit becomes disrupted, Jim did not notice the German unit in good order in Hex X11 to which the Soviet unit should have surrendered, just as Soviet units with broken morale in adjacent hexes will receive the DM marker again. Attempt to rally by the Soviet unit in W10 with the modifier -1, building 8-1, 7, the squad recovers morale. Attempt to rally of the German leader in V12 with the modifiers -1, building, -1, leader. 7-2, 5, the leader recovers morale. 9-2, 7, the German squad recovers morale. 3+2, 5, the half squad also recovers morale. German units attempt to rally in Z17 with the modifiers -2, leader, -1, building, +4, DM. 9+1, 10, the first squad does not recover morale. 8+1, 9, the second squad does not recover morale and the DM marker is removed. German leaders attempt to rally in BB19 with the modifiers -1, building, +1, autorally, +4, DM. 9+4, 13, the leader does not recover morale. Prep fire phase. Squad fires with the heavy machine gun at level 1 of X10 on the Germans at ground level in this hex with 20 firepower, point blank shot, +3, Stonehouse. Double 4 +3, 11, the Soviet unit is coward and the result of this shot will be recorded in the 16 firepower column, which is the pin test check. It is important to remember that if there is a result of 12, a Soviet booby trap level C will be activated. Additionally, the machine gun loses its rate of fire. 8. The German squad is pinned. Firing from the Soviet units on the upper floor of BB-18 on the Germans on the middle floor of this hex. The firing will be done with 20 firepower +4, Fortress. Oops, Jim forgot to try to recover the demolition charges abandoned on the middle floor of CC-20 during the rally phase and will try this now. 5. The first charge is recovered. 1. The second charge is recovered and we return to the prep fire phase with the firing of 20 +4. 9 +4, 13, without success and the machine gun loses its rate of fire. Jim analyses the possibility of using the fire of the Soviet units on the upper floor of CC-19. In addition to the modifier of +4 due to the fortification, the fire of these units would be subject to a modifier of +1 for each equivalent squad in this hex, fractions rounded up. Since there are 3.5 equivalent squads of overstacking, this would lead to the modifier being applied to a possible firing from this hex would be of 8, -1 from the German leader, which practically makes this shot unfeasible. Movement phase. To alleviate overstacking at CC-19, some of these units will move to the upper floor of BB-18. Jim chooses Squad 458, which together with the two half squads move to BB-18 in assault movement. In this hex they suffer an attack from the Germans on the intermediate floor of BB-18 with 16 firepower, point-blank fire, and modifiers of +4, Fortress, -1, Leader. 10 +3, 13, without success. Subsequent first fire with 8 firepower +3. 10 +3, 13, without success. A squad, a half squad, and the leader in W10 move to the upper floor of this building in assault movement. In this hex they suffer an attack from the machine gun stacking at W17 with 16 firepower plus 3, stone building, -2, leader. 7 + 1, 8, 1 morale check and the heavy machine gun maintains rate of fire. 11 + 1, 12, and the Soviet leader breaks above the ELR and should become a leader 7-0. 7 + 1, 8, the half squad has its morale broken. 12, the squad suffers a reduction due to casualties above the ELR and becomes a half squad 226 and its morale broken. New firing using the heavy machine gun's rate of fire and the subsequent first fire by the German squad 467 with 8 firepower plus 1. 3 + 1, 4, 2 morale check and the heavy machine gun maintains rate of fire. 3 + 2, 5, the leader passes and there is a possible activation of the German sniper. 3 + 2, 5, the first half squad passes and there is a new possible activation of the German sniper, with the surprising result of 3 times in a row. 10 + 2, 12, the second half squad breaks again and is eliminated. Attempt to activate the first German sniper. 2, the minor sniper is activated. 2, 1, this sniper will attack some Soviet unit in CC-19 to be chosen randomly. 2, 5, the unit to be attacked is on the middle floor of this hex. 1, 6, the chosen unit is the squad that becomes pinned. 2, again the minor German sniper is activated. 6, 4, this sniper will attack some Soviet unit, to be chosen randomly in BB-18. The chosen units are Squad 458 and Half Squad 328 that become pinned. New shot with the heavy machine gun's rate of fire with 6 firepower plus 1. 7 + 1, 8, pin test check. The Soviet units are not affected because their morale is already broken, and the machine gun maintains the rate of fire. New shot with the heavy machine gun's rate of fire with 6 firepower plus 1. 12, the machine gun becomes malfunctioning. Lower floor of X9 to the upper floor of this hex. W8 to the lower floor of X9. T13 to U13 in assault movement. In this hex it suffers an attack from V12 with 16 firepower, point blank shot, plus 1, debris, -1, leader. 5, 3 morale check and the marker of these Soviet units are eliminated, dummies. Defensive fire phase. Fire from X11 on the Soviet squad on the upper floor of X10. This fire will be made with 24 firepower, point blank, plus 3, stonehouse. 7 + 3, 10, 1 morale check. 8 + 1, 9, the Soviet squad has its morale broken. The Germans form a fire group with units at X10, for firepower, pinned, Y11, 16 firepower, point blank range, and Z11, for firepower, for a total of 24 firepower plus 3, stonehouse, -1, hero. 5 + 2, 7, 3 morale check. 7 + 3, 10, the squad breaks up again and becomes a half squad. Advancing fire phase. Jim evaluates the firing possibilities and chooses not to attack the German units. Rout phase. Jim makes the movements inside the pharmacy building in order to move the leaders and the squads with the highest morale to the upper floor of X9, where the Soviets intend to make the last defense in the final phases of the battle. Advance phase. Squads 628 and 447 from the upper floor of CC-19 enter melee with the units on the middle level of this hex. Unit 447 abandons the light machine gun on the upper floor from CC-19. Close combat phase. Let's go to close combat in Hex CC-19. There will be no ambush, melee. The Soviets will attack the German half-squad and hero with a force of 15 against 4 in a ratio of 3 to 1. The modifier will be -1 liter, and it will be necessary to have 9 or less to affect the Germans. The Germans will attack Squad 628 with a force of 12 against 6, ratio of 2 to 1, and the modifier of -1, hero, needing 8 or less to affect the Soviets. Soviets 7-1, 6, the hero and the German half-squad are eliminated. (5-1, 4, Squad 628 is also eliminated and the remaining units remain in melee. And we go to the rally phase of the penultimate turn of this battle. Very well friends, at this point, before we move on to the penultimate German turn of this battle, let us assess the current situation on the battlefield. The battle is proving to be bloody, so far. The Germans have lost 7 squads of the 25 squads that started the battle, 28% of their strength, 5 of which were the powerful 838 engineer units. The Soviets have lost 12 squads equivalent, losing a total of 48% of their strength, half of which have a morale of 8. Surprisingly, neither faction has lost any leaders. At this point, the German forces have managed to penetrate the Commissar's house with considerable strength, for squads, 2838, and 2 leaders in good order and 1 squad and 1 leader with broken morale. In contrast to these units, the Soviets have a total of 6 equivalent squads and 3 leaders in good order and 1 squad and 1 half-squad with broken morale. In terms of firepower, the situation is balanced with both factions have 25 firepower in units in good order. Despite the apparent balance, the German forces have a reserve of 2838 squads with broken morale, along with the leader 9-2, which should recover morale in the next rally phase, -3 modifier, and have a good chance of recovering the morale of the leader and another 838 squad, -2 modifier, that are in Hex BB-19. In addition, we have the dangerous half-squad carrying the flamethrower that will penetrate the fortress in the next movement phase and can attack the Soviet units, without modifiers, in the advancing fire phase. As if these immediate dangers were not enough, we still have the stack with machine guns with excellent firepower and the German leader's -2 modifier. In the northern sector of the advance, which seemed to be the area where the Germans were most fragile, the situation has reversed, and the Soviet forces are at a clear disadvantage because they only have 1 unit 447 and a leader 80 in good order, while all the remaining units are with broken morale under the DM marker, with very unfavorable modifiers to recover the morale of these units, modifier of +3. Meanwhile, the German forces are approaching with 8 squads, 3 leaders and a hero, and already have a unit inside the chemist shop. With this preponderance, Perhaps Jim will move some of the German forces towards the Commissar's house to help eliminate the enemy forces in that position. With this we close this 7th turn with the feeling that this battle will only be resolved in the last turn and, despite the impression of a preponderance of the Germans, the Soviets can surprise by obtaining an unexpected result, as this is the advanced squad leader and anything can happen. Alright friends, let's go to the 8th and final turn of this battle. Again, before starting this after-action report, let's turn to at Castle Calgary 8278's considerations. At 6:03 the flamethrower should fire with 6 firepower, rule at 22.32, last sentence. A flamethrower that fires at an unarmored target 2 levels above/below its own elevation uses 12 FP at normal range and 6 FP at long range. 2150 the Russian broken on the 2nd level of BB-18 would have to surrender or, if the no quarter rule is in effect, should be eliminated. 26:00 in the ambush the Germans would receive -1 stealth because of the hero and -1 because of the hero's DRM, totaling -2, no ambush. 36:00 the German sniper should attack the unit at DD-18. 36:33 for the sniper to affect both units, a new sniper activation must be rolled, rule A14.2. If it is 2, the unit will be immobilized. If it is 1, the unit will be broken. 37:18 the hidden unit at W8 will lose its concealment upon entering 10, since it is not using the assault movement to make this move. After the invaluable contributions of at Castle Calgary 8278, let's continue with this game that is approaching its final moments. Rally phase of the German phase of the 8th turn. Wind change, 8, wind change does not occur. Leaders attempt to auto-rally in Hex BB-19 with the modifiers of +1, auto-rally, -1, building. 7. Leader recovers morale. Attempt to rally by the squad accompanying this leader with the modifier of -2, leader, building. 10-2, 8, squad recovers morale. Attempt to rally squads in Z-17 with the modifier of -3, leader, building. 6-3, 3, first squad recovers morale. 5-3, 2, second squad recovers morale. Attempt to rally Soviet units on the upper floor of CC-19. The modifiers of -2, leader, building. 10-2, 8, squad recovers morale. 10-2, 8, half squad does not recover morale. Attempt to recover functionality of the German heavy machine gun requiring a result less than or equal to 3 for success. 1. The German machine gun regains functionality, which is a golden ending to this rally phase for the Germans. Attempt to regain possession of the medium machine gun in Hex BB-18 requiring a result of 5 or less for success. 1. Possession of the machine gun is regained by Squad 458. Attempt to rally the Soviet units in X9 with the modifier of +3, building, DM marker. 6+3, 9, the leader does not regain morale. 9+3, 12, the first squad does not regain morale. 5+3, 8, the second squad does not regain morale. 6+3, 9, the first half squad does not regain morale. The DM marker is removed. This is a bad start to the turn for the Soviets who need to resist this and the next turn keeping at least one equivalent squad in good order on the objectives Commissar's house and Chemist's shop. Prep fire phase. Stacking with the machine guns, Germans in W-17 assess the possibility of attacking the Soviet stack on the upper floor of BB-18. The shot proves feasible and will happen with 21 firepower plus 4, fortress, minus 2, German leader. Before carrying out the attack, Jim performs an action that he should have performed during the rally phase, which is the transfer of possession of the light machine gun from the leader 7-0 to the half squad. There is also an attempt to recover possession of the abandoned Soviet light machine gun in CC-19. 4. The machine gun is recovered by Squad 628. Returning to the attack with 20 firepower plus 2, fortification, German leader. 5 plus 2, 7, 2 morale check, and the machine guns maintain the rate of fire. Starting with the leader 7-0. 7 plus 2, 9, the Soviet leader's morale is broken. 10 plus 2, 12, the first squad has its morale broken above the ELR and should have become a first-class squad 447. 9 plus 2, 11, the second squad breaks. 9 plus 2, 11, the first half squad breaks. 10 plus 2, 12, and the second half squad breaks above the ELR and becomes a conscript half squad 226. In this single attack, the Germans simply eliminated all active resistance in this Soviet position. Attack using the rate of fire of the machine guns with 16 firepower plus 2, leader, fortification. 9 plus 2, 11, pin test check, which has no effect since all Soviet units in this location are with broken morale. The heavy machine gun maintains the rate of fire. Firing from the German squad at X10 on the Soviet unit at W10 with 8 firepower, point-blank shot, plus 3, Stonehouse. 7 plus 3, 10, without success. Movement phase. It is time for the Berserk unit to make its movement. Let's remember a little about the dynamics of the movement of Berserk squads. Regarding morale, Berserk units have a high morale of 10 and do not suffer a morale break, suffering only a casualty reduction, rule of 15.42. These units cannot carry out attacks in the prep fire phase and must move during the movement phase towards to a known enemy within its line of sight, at the shortest distance in terms of hexes, not movement factors, rule of 15.43. These units are entitled to 8 movement factors and do not qualify for the assault movement. This movement towards the enemy must take the shortest path in terms of the expenditure of movement factors, rule of 15.431. The closest known enemy unit, in terms of hexes, is the Soviet unit with broken morale on the upper floor of X10. Initially, there is the movement to the lower floor of X10, where the Soviets considered the attack on this unit with 8 firepower with the modifiers of plus 3, Stonehouse, minus 1, FF and AM. Since the Berserk unit has high morale, 10, the Soviets consider the probabilities and prefer not to make this shot, and the Berserk unit continues and penetrates the location of the Soviet squad. These units do not yet enter close combat, which will only occur after the advancing fire phase, in which the German unit will be able to attack the Soviet squad in this hex, with tripled firepower, triple point-blank fire, firing in the same hex, divided in half, advancing fire phase, rule of 15.432. Hero with Squad 838 move from Y11 to Y10, which causes the Soviet units with broken morale at the first level of X9 to receive the DM marker again. 2 squads from X11 to X10. Soviet Squad 447 at W10 no longer attacks the German units. Stacking at V12 moves to W11 using movement under the artillery craters at V11 and W12, spending a total of 4 movement factors. In this hex, the Soviets decide to react and attack the Germans with 8 firepower plus 1 shell hole. 9 plus 1, 10, without success. Subsequent first fire with 4 firepower plus 1, shell hole. 10 plus 1, 11, unsuccessful. Leader 9-1 and Squad 467 move from Z11 to X10, overstacking by 1 squad equivalent using 3 movement factors to enter Hex X10. X12 to AA16 bypassing X13, W14. Leader from V12 to AA16. Stacking on the middle floor of CC20 to the upper floor of this hex. In this hex it suffers an attack with 12 firepower doubled to 24 plus 4, fortification, -1, leader. 6 plus 3, 9, 2 morale checks and the machine gun loses rate of fire. 11 plus 2, 13, the German leader breaks above the ELR and is reduced to leader 7-0. 7 plus 2, 9, the squad breaks. 3 plus 2, 5, the half squad passes and deposits the demolition charge in the Hex CC-19 spending 2 movement factors. With this spending of 2 movement factors you will suffer a subsequent first fire from the Soviet stack with 8 firepower plus 3. 8 plus 3, 11, without success. German stack on the lower floor of BB-19 to the intermediate floor of CC-20. Half squad on the intermediate floor of BB-19 to the intermediate floor of CC-20. Half squad with the flamethrower moves from CC-21 to the intermediate floor of BB-19. Squad 838 on the intermediate floor of BB-19 places a demolition charge on the upper floor of this hex. Stacking in Z17 moves to the intermediate floor of BB-18. Leader 8-1 from the intermediate floor of BB-18 to the intermediate floor of CC-20. Defensive fire phase. The Soviets find themselves with most of their units committed and without defensive firepower capability. Advancing fire phase. This phase should start with the activation of the demolition charges, but we will start with a flamethrower attack from the middle floor of BB-19 against the Soviets on the upper floor of CC-19 with 24 firepower without modifiers. 6. For morale check with possible activation of the Soviet sniper. 9 plus 4, 13, the Soviet leader breaks above the ELR and becomes a leader 8-1. 5 plus 4, 9, the first squad breaks. 8 plus 4, 12, the second squad breaks above the EKR. 6 plus 4, 10, the half squad is eliminated. 3, the Soviet sniper is not activated. Attack with the demolition charge with 30 firepower plus 4, fortification. 5 plus 4, 9, 2 morale check. 10 plus 2, 12, the Soviet leader breaks again and is eliminated. 7 plus 2, 9, the squad breaks again and becomes a half squad. 7 plus 2, 9, the other squad breaks again and becomes a half squad. These units should undergo a normal morale check for the loss of the leader, which Jim does not perform. Detonation of the demolition charge at BB-18 with 30 firepower plus 4. 9 plus 4, 13, normal morale check, which Jim considers as a pin test check that does not affect the Soviets who already have broken morale. Firing from the German units on the middle floor at BB-18 on the Soviets on the upper floor of BB-18. This firing will be done with 18 firepower doubled to 36, point-blank shot, plus 2, fortification, leader. 9 plus 2, 11, 2 morale check. 8 plus 2, 10, the Soviet leader breaks again and is eliminated. 7 plus 2, 9, the squad breaks again and becomes a half squad. 10 plus 2, 12, the squad has its morale broken again, above the ELR and becomes a half squad 237 first class. 4 plus 2, 6, the half squad is unaffected. 5 plus 2, 7, the second half squad breaks again and is eliminated. The Soviets should suffer a normal morale check for the loss of the leader. Firing from the hero in Squad 838 on the Soviets on the upper floor of X9 with 8 firepower plus 3, Stonehouse, minus 1, hero. 3 plus 2, 5, 2 morale check. 6 plus 2, 8, the Soviet leader is pinned. 8 plus 2, 10, the Soviet leader with broken morale has his morale broken again and is eliminated. Double 1, the Soviet squad is unaffected and will suffer the effects of the heat of battle. The modifiers will be plus 2, Soviets, plus 1, unit with broken morale. 5 plus 3, 8, this unit undergoes battle hardening becoming an elite squad 458. 7 plus 2, 9, the second squad becomes half squad. 11 plus 2, 13, half squad breaks again and is eliminated. Soviet should suffer a normal morale check for loss of leader. Dummy unit is eliminated because it suffered a 2 morale check with this attack. Firing from German stack at ground level at X10 against Soviet squad at W10 with 12 firepower doubled to 24, point blank fire, half to 12, advancing fire phase, plus 3, Stonehouse, plus 1, overstacking of 1 equivalent squad, minus 1, leader. 8 plus 3, 11, unsuccessful. Firing from stack under shell hole at W11 on Soviets at W10. Firing will be with 8 firepower doubled to 16, point blank fire, halved, advancing fire, plus 3, Stonehouse, minus 1, leader. 7 plus 2, 9, pin test check. 3, the Soviet squad passes and there is a possible activation of the German sniper. 5, the German sniper is not activated. Rout phase. This phase should have started with the German rout. Evaluating the possibility of rallying the Soviet units under the DM marker on the upper floor in BB-18. The only possibility of rout for these units would be to the upper floor of CC-19, however, with this movement these units would approach the German units of the German units in good order that occupy the hex CC-20. In this way, these units are eliminated, no quarter. The Soviet units also do not find possibilities for the rout and are also eliminated. German units on the upper floor of CC-20 to the intermediate floor. The Soviet squad under the DM marker on the upper floor of X9 is also eliminated due to the impossibility of rout, no quarter. The disrupt Soviet unit in X9 is eliminated, no quarter, rule in 19.12. At this point Jim realizes that he could have fired a shot with the Berserk unit in the previous phase. The Soviet unit along with the Berserk unit in X10, which were not yet in close combat, is also eliminated due to failure in the route. Advance phase. The leader 9-2 accompanied by 2 squads 838 penetrate the middle floor of Hex CC-19 engaging in melee. Squad 838 moves from the middle floor of BB-18 to the upper floor of this hex. Half squad on the upper floor of CC-20 to the upper floor of CC-19, causing the half squad with broken morale in Hex DD-18 to receive the DM marker again. Leader 8-1 accompanied by Squad 838 to the lower floor of CC-20. This stack cannot move to the Hex DD-19, this will be fixed later. Half squad on the middle floor of CC-20 to the upper floor of this same hex. Flamethrower from BB-19 to the lower floor of CC-19 makes more sense than moving this unit to BB-18. AA-16 to BB-16. W-17 to X-16. Leader 8-1 accompanied by 2 squads from W-11 to W-10 entering close combat. Squad 467 from X-10 to W-10 entering close combat. Unit on the upper level of X-10 to the upper level of X-9 entering close combat. Stacking on the lower floor of X-10 to the upper floor of this hex. Hero and Squad 838 to the lower floor of X-9 eliminating the dummy unit that was there. Close combat phase. Let's start with the units in close combat in Hex W10 and evaluate whether an ambush will occur. The Germans' modifier will be -1 leader. The Soviets will have a -1 stealthy modifier. Germans 1-1 0. Soviets 5-1 4. The Germans managed to ambush the Germans, difference between the dice results greater than 3. The Germans will attack with a force of 13 against the Soviets 4, a ratio of 3-1, needing 10 or less to affect the Soviets. The Germans have the -1 modifiers of the leader and -1 of the ambush. 7-2, 5, the Soviet squad is eliminated and cannot retaliate, since it was ambushed. Ambush evaluation of the units in close combat in X9. The Soviets will have a -1 modifier, stealthy, and +1, leader pinned, while the Germans will have no modifiers. Germans, 3, Soviets, 5, there is no ambush. The Germans will attack the Soviets with a force of 4 against 5 of the Soviets, a ratio of 1-2 needing 4 or less to affect the Soviets. The Soviets attack with a ratio of 1-1 needing 5 or less to affect the Germans. Germans, 4, the Soviets will suffer a reduction for casualties in one of the units to be chosen at random. Since there was no ambush, the Soviets will have the possibility to retaliate. 6, the Germans are not affected. Let's choose which of the Soviet units will suffer the reduction for casualties. 1-1, the Soviet leader is eliminated and the squad becomes half squad and the units remain in melee. Melee in Hex CC-19. In this hex the units are in melee, therefore, there is no ambush. The Germans will attack with a force of 25 against 9 of the Soviets, a ratio of 2-1, with a -2 modifier, leader, needing 10 or less to affect the Soviets. The Soviets choose to attack the German leader and one of the squads, with a ratio of 1-1, with a -1 modifier, Soviet leader, needing 6 or less to affect the Germans. Germans, 3-2, 1, the Soviets will be eliminated. Soviets, 6-1, 1 of the German units attacked, to be chosen at random, will be reduced by casualties. 2, 3, Squad 838 becomes half squad. Very well friends, at the end of the German phase of the 8th round what we have is a virtual elimination of the Soviet defensive forces, leaving only a half squad under the DM marker in DD18 and a half squad in melee in the chemist's shop. In this desperate situation, the Soviets were forced to concede victory to the Germans. Some factors contributed significantly to this overwhelming victory, among which we highlight the powerful stacking of German medium and heavy machine guns, with a firepower of 21, counting the intrinsic firepower of a squad, and a modifier of -2 for the German leader. This immense firepower was instrumental in overcoming the Soviet resistance located in the Commissar's house, which had a modifier of +4. Another important factor was the use of flamethrowers, which eliminated the advantage of the terrain modifier factor of the Soviet fortification of +4. The presence of engineer units was also important for the development of the German offensive due to their immense firepower, 8, and the large smoke coefficient, 3 or 5, used to protect the advance of the units on the enemy's positions. With the full use of these characteristics, they allowed the Germans to destroy the Soviet forces, which lost a total of 61 casualties victory points against only 28 CVPs suffered by the Germans. Some questions will remain open, and the main one is the non-use of the potential of some special features of the Red Factories module, which are the cellars and sewers that could be used strategically to avoid the concentration of Soviet defensive forces in hexes with a high density of units, reducing the possibilities of damage caused by a lucky attack by the Germans. Very well friends, with this we conclude this episode and let's continue learning about this fantastic system. Namaste.